All right, I'd like to convene the Single Family Design Board for February 28th, 2022. May I have roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start roll call. Chair Miller.
Here.
Vice Chair Kloss.
Here.
Board Member Ara Kellian.
Here.
Board Member Brentlinger.
Here.
Board Member Klein.
Here.
And Board Member Motisha. Absent.
Yeah, I haven't seen him show up yet.
Okay, thank you. We still have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to public comment. Any member of the public may address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within the jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for this public discussion. Ms. Plummer, do we have anyone that'd like to speak?
Thank you, Chair Miller. So as you can see on the screen, if you'd like to make public comment on an item not listed on today's agenda, you can click the raise your hand icon to comment, and that'll notify staff that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair Miller, I do not see any hands raised. So I believe we can move on from that. No, still no hands raised.
Okay, great. Okay, let's move on to item B, approval of the minutes for the Single Family Design Board for the meeting of February 14th, 2022. May I have a motion for approval, please?
I move to approve.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I second that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Motisha. Welcome.
Thank you. I got 3 o'clock on my watch.
Okay, you're here. It's good. All right, let's move through the items, please. Item 1, 648 Ricardo Avenue. Item 2, 243836 De La Vina Street. Need stronger glasses.
I have one comment on this one.
Yes.
Item 2 under the motion. I don't believe that we were directing them to well, first of all, we weren't directing them to remove the 42-foot hedge. we did direct them, I think, to remove a portion of the 42-inch hedge. As I recall, it was on the left-hand side of the gate, of the vehicular gate, and I think it was just a small section of hedge. So it would be a shame to see the whole hedge removed because this note is not clear. Perhaps Ms. Klein, the maker of the motion, could clarify.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, it's the 42-inch portion of the hedge that needs to be trimmed for the site visibility, or just in general for the area.
Symmetrical.
Yeah, just so there's symmetry. It's symmetrical on the other side as well, but it's just the portion that they're chopping down to 42 inches. Just remove that part completely.
Symmetry. You're asking for symmetry.
Yes.
Very good. Glad we picked that up. 42-foot hedge. Yeah, that would be pretty tall.
42-foot inch.
Okay. Anything else? Any other comment? All right, let's move on to the next project. 640 Juanita Avenue. Excuse me. 1384 Shoreline Drive. Item 5, 1460 C. Melinda Lane Road was postponed. 310 East Mitchell Terrena Street. Okay, hearing no other changes or comments, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member R. Callahan,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kloss,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item C, approval of the consent calendar for February 22nd, 2022. May I have a motion for approval, please?
I make that motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Plummer, I guess usually you read through the items and then at the end you say who are the two reviewers for the session.
Thank you, Chair Miller. This consent agenda for February 22nd was reviewed by Board Member Colas and Board Member Klein. Item A, 650 Juanita Avenue was granted final approval. Item B, 102 Santa Rosa Place was granted approval of review after final with conditions. Item C, 3150 Sea Cliff received project design approval and final approval. Item D, 1646 Franceschi Road received project design approval and was continued to consent for final approval. And I believe that was the last item on this consent agenda.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start roll call. Board Member R. Callahan,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kloss,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. Moving on to today, February 28th, 2022 for consent. May I have a motion for approval, please?
I'll make that motion again. Yes.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. May we go through the items, please?
Thank you, Chair Miller. The February 28th consent agenda was reviewed by Vice Chair Colas and Board Member Klein. Item A, 160 Conejo Road, received approval of review after final with a condition. Item B, 116 Orizaba Road, received project design approval and final approval with a condition. And item C, 606 Sea Ranch Drive, received project design and final approval.
I have one comment on the meeting, on the draft minutes for item 1,
Yes.
or item A, I should say. Comment 2, under the motion, the applicant will modify the triangular transom window. That's actually, it was multiple windows, so that should be plural. Yeah, that's the only comment. It seems like it's clarified subsequently where it says those windows, but I just, I read the singular window there. And it is a multitude, it's 4 windows in total, I think.
Thank you, Vice Chair Colas. We'll make that change to the draft minutes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member R. Callahan,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kloss,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items and appeals. Ms. Plummer, do we have any of those? I actually have an announcement real quickly if there isn't anything else.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I do not have any formal announcements for the board, so you can proceed with your comment.
Okay, so I just wanted to make an interesting, I don't know if you guys are familiar with our Independence weekly magazine, dated February 24th, March 3rd. There was a very interesting article written by Nick Welch in The Angry Poodle. I wanted to speak this into the record and highly recommend you read it. But interesting thing about housing, and of course, you know, everyone's talking about housing, and he brings up the issue of what they call trickle-down housing economics. And he says this quite well, that there were 388 new units of housing built, much of it rental. Admittedly, precious little of this was remotely affordable, but still by Santa Barbara standards, this was unprecedented. The bad news is that at the same period, the city of Santa Barbara saw the number of housing units sitting vacant, at least defined in the US Census, increase from 2,371 to 2,825. In other words, 454 more vacant homes existed in 2020 than in 2010. Even worse, the number of new housing units we built in the past 10 years was actually exceeded by the number of housing units that was lost because they went vacant, which comes to a subsequent net loss of 66 housing units. But the part of the reason for the large loss of housing units is the largely illegal vacation rental market. And there are several communities now trying to clamp down on that and try to prevent this from happening. And he mentions the city of Vancouver bringing in a vacancy tax for large unoccupied residences. So I'm hoping the city council looks at this and other people look at it, but I thought it'd be important for you to be aware of it as well, that even though we build all these housing units, and we actually have a project coming up on our agenda where they have an ADU and a junior ADU, it doesn't necessarily mean it increases our housing stock. So that's my only announcement for that. And I thought that was kind of interesting. So moving on to item E, do we have?
Can I tag on that for a second,
of course.
Mr. Miller?
Yes, please, sorry, yes.
There are two observations that I've made that I think may be exacerbating the same problem that you're talking about in terms of vacancies and housing shortages. So interestingly enough, I noticed in the real estate section this last week that there is a home for sale in town where you can buy a 1/8 interest in the home. So this is a new platform for real estate purchasing. The concept is that anybody can own a second home this way. And so it's starting to move into our area. That's one item I noticed. The second thing that I've questioned is, in the interest of trying to secure housing for people who are, I'll call housing insecure or having problems with having to vacate properties because of real estate that's being sold or that's being developed. I know the city council passed an ordinance requiring certain concessions for renters that are asked to leave units. Problem with that is that for homeowners, it requires that they offer a 1-year lease and then a 1-year renewal. So whereas leases used to be able to default to a month-to-month condition that would allow flexibility for a small mom and pop homeowner, that flexibility has somewhat been diminished. Whereas the rental housing market allows them to have more, the vacation rental housing market allows them to have more flexibility. So I think we're all trying to grapple with the housing issues. I know city council is, and I think sometimes in an effort to do so or to push things through, we don't all understand the ramifications of those. And so I see this as sort of a moving target where we're going to have to just continue to find some middle ground and find a way to adjust when things aren't working or pushing us in a direction that we don't want to go in.
Very good. Yes. Well said. Anyone else have any comments before we move on? Okay, thank you. I don't believe we have any subcommittee reports at this time. Is that correct, Ms. Plummer?
That's correct.
All right. Okay, looks like we're right on time. Let's move on to our first item, which is 3239 Cliff Drive. This is a continued item for concept review. Proposal to demolish the existing residence and barn located on the Hillside Design District and construct a new 2-story, 3,620 square foot single unit residence with a 484 square foot detached garage. Project includes new covered patio areas, a pool and spa, sports court, and associated hardscape, landscape, and stormwater improvements. Planning Commission review and approval is required for a coastal development permit, as the property is located in the appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone. The proposed total of 4,104 square feet on a 60,751 square foot lot is 79% of the maximum guide floor to lot area ratio. If I could have slide 2, please. Thank you. No final appealable action will take place at this hearing. Neighborhood preservation findings in Hillside Design District and slope lot findings will be required to be made at project design approval. Project was last reviewed on August 3rd, 2020. Vice Chair Kalas, do we have minutes that we could read into the record from that meeting?
I'm happy to do that. I'm just waiting for staff to bring those up.
And Chair Miller, really quick before we pull up the minutes, I just wanted to let the board know that the case planner, Kelly Broadison, is going to be available throughout the meeting if you have any questions. So we'll just wait for the minutes to pop up.
She's the assigned planner for this project, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Bear with us a moment while we try to get those minutes up.
Chair Miller and board members, while you're looking for the minutes, I just wanted to let you know that this project, as you said, was reviewed already once on August 3rd, 2020. Yeah. And you provided positive comments and forwarded the project to the Planning Commission. Okay. Since then, the applicant team has made some revisions to the project. They've reduced the overall size of the house. It did get a little bit taller, and there has been a sports court added to the northern side of the property, not the bluff side. And I also wanted to clarify an error in the description on the agenda. There is no basement proposed. Oh, so okay. The newer items are just that the house is a little smaller and there's a new sports court, and that's why we required the project to be renoticed for a public hearing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's see, the motion that was made at the last meeting where this was heard on August 3rd, 2020 was as follows. Continued to the Planning Commission with comments. 1, the board has positive comments about the project. 2, the reduction of the FAR to 85% is appreciated. 3, the change from glass to cable railings is appreciated. The landscape plan is acceptable. Review the glass on the second floor and consider moving the wall back in order to shield any lantern effects. Item 6, the 1-foot reduction of plate heights of the building is appreciated. And 7, consider downlighting the oak trees. Thank you. The motion was made by James, seconded by Sweeney, and it carried unanimously 7-0.
Great, thank you. We have a representative for this project. I thought I saw someone.
Yep.
Mr. Ford, there you are, Ford. Yep. Yeah, to make things easier and less confusing, if you just want to specifically go through the items on the minutes.
Okay. And I'm good. I'm Steve Fort with Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting. I'm going to do a quick intro of our team and then hand it off to the team. Again, Steve Fort, Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting. Also with me today from Design Arc, local architect, Melissa Turner, Mark Kirkhart, and I think maybe Jason Greer from Design Arc may be on as well. And then we have Scott Katz with EPT Design, who is our landscape architect. And just a brief introduction, just to reiterate what our planner, Kelly Broadison, said. we were here in 2020. We had two meetings. Second one, very successful. As you can see, we got very favorable comments there. At that time, we weren't planning on coming back, but we did bring on, our client, the property owner, did switch architects and brought on Design Arc, bring on a local firm. They've refined the architecture. You'll see it's generally the same style. It is a little bit smaller, as Ms. Broadison pointed out. We're down to 79% of the FAR.
So sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Ford. Just as a quick clarification, I see you have AB Design Studio on the title block. Is this okay?
Those aren't the right plans.
Oh,
Wrong
okay.
project, different address.
Yep.
So we need to put the proper plans on.
Says 25.
We're at 3239 Cliff Drive. I'm not sure who's controlling that.
Yeah.
Apologies. I'll just take a minute for us to get those on the plans on the screen.
I'll just wrap up what I was going to say, if that's okay.
Sure.
Same style of architecture, just refined it, got it down to 79% FAR, removed some roof patios and some and some outdoor patio areas, and kind of value engineered it and designed it and kind of dialed it in. Today, what you're seeing is that project. We did add a sport court on the mountain side of the property. And I think one of the reasons Ms. Broadison wanted us to come back today is because the sport court is now proposed. So we're here today to get your comments and hopefully go on to PC as our next step, and then come back to you guys for a project design approval. So I'm going to hand it off, I think, to Mark and or Melissa, and they'll walk you through the revised plans.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mark Kirkhart, Principal of Design Arc Architects. And as Steve mentioned, we have been hired by the owners to carry the project forward. If you could go to PDF page 3, please, to start. This is probably one of the more telling diagrams. So on the lower drawing on this sheet here, our house, the project house is in the center there in the light gray, both the house that's shaded and the detached garage. And we've also indicated the two the houses on either side and their footprint. And the sport court is just located to the north of the house along the easterly side of the property. And as Stephen mentioned, we have basically taken the very same similar concept of the house in terms of its general massing, kind of a T-shaped massing, and essentially just reduced the square footage by about 304 square feet over what it was before. Also eliminated a very large outdoor solid covered room, outdoor room that we've made into a trellised area. So if you go to the floor plans, which is the next page, please, page 4. So this is the plan of the house. We've actually reduced the size of the pool. We actually included the jacuzzi spa within the pool instead of having a separate detached spa. There was also a second spa in the previous scheme located in the kind of within the setback on the west side. So it's essentially a bar building with the bedroom wings located along the lower portion here, which is the west side of the property, in a bar, 2-story bar, and in the 1-story living room, great room extends out towards the east. Go to the next page, please. This is just showing the detached garage. It's very similar to the way the previous one. It does have a roof cover, so you can walk from the garage and get into the house undercover without getting rain if it ever rains around here. Next page, please. Second floor. One of the biggest changes here is the previous scheme. I think there's a lot of new members on the board compared to the people that saw this back in 2020. There was a very large outdoor entertaining area located on the roof of the living room, great room, which we have basically completely eliminated. And that was the comment. I think your change from glass to cable railings was appreciated. We've now removed the railings in their entirety. There's no longer a entertaining space on the roof of that living room. Other than that, it's very similar to the previous scheme with master bedroom on the right here facing out towards the ocean and a secondary guest room on the left. You go to the next page, which would be the elevations, page 9. So as you can see here, looking at the bottom elevation, this would be the elevation, the north elevation. So the kind of 12-foot high ceiling on the living room is the portion that's kind of grayed out, that's moving going off to the left towards the east, and the 2-story portion of the bedroom wing. Staff mentioned that that the height had raised a little bit. I was under the impression we worked very hard to stay within the height of the previous project that you reviewed. Our height right now is 23'10" to the highest roof on the second floor, and we're in a 30-foot height limit. So we have, worked very hard to kind of depress the height. We're not taking full advantage of the 30-foot height limit. Materiality here is basically going to be smooth, mottled steel troweled plaster, dark bronze, anodized aluminum for all the windows, a brake metal in kind of a matte gray brake metal for the fascias, a very kind of low-key, warm, modern palette, board form concrete walls for the some of the site walls. Next page, please. This shows the other 2 elevations. The lower elevation is one facing west with a bedroom wing on the lower level and bedrooms above, with another guest bedroom on the left-hand side upstairs that they're going to use as a fitness room. The next page, sheet 11, shows the 1-story garage. And the next page, we go to number 12, the sport court. We've gone to a lot of work to try to make that sport court blend into the site. We're dropping it 30 inches from the elevation of the motor court. And you can see if on the lower left-hand side, you're seeing the stepped planters running down the side. Those are how we're handling our stormwater management. So all of the runoff from the roofs and any hardscape goes into these planters and gets cleansed before it goes back out to the native site. The next page is sections. And if we could just jump to page 16 now. I always think it's more interesting to get an idea of what the house is going to look like when you see it 3-dimensionally. Could you enlarge the upper left-hand view, please? So this is a very similar to the view of the previous scheme. We're basically entering on a permeable paved driveway through a meadow. And we've got Scott Capps here to talk a little bit more about the landscape plan, but you can see how the house really settles into the site. And on the left-hand side, you can see the kind of the stepping walls of the sport court. Go back, zoom back out and look at some of the other views. The aerial views give you a good idea of how the massing works. Single-story detached garage in the foreground, 2-story element with the bedrooms going north-south along the westerly side, and then the single level living room jutting out towards the east. The next page is a few more views of the sport court. I think the most telling is the lower one, how you can see how it's kind of nestled into the site. It only has to, it's not a tennis court, it's a pickleball court and a basketball hoop. So it only needs a 4-foot fence around it, which we're going to be black chain link, and we've got landscaping in front of it as well. And I think, unless there's any other specific questions, I'm going to turn it over to Scott and let him run through the landscape plan. Certainly here to answer any other questions you might have.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Scott Capps. I'm a landscape architect with EPT Design. Hopefully we have the landscape drawings we can pull up here. They might be at the end of this document.
Ms. Plummer, I think this is Melissa Turner from Designer. There was a separate file for the landscape sheets. There were 4 sheets, unless they were added to this PDF.
That's correct, Ms. Turner. We actually combined the 2 sets for the board's review.
This is perfect. Thank you. So starting with our tree disposition plan, as Steve mentioned in the intro, we haven't made any substantial updates to the landscape, but want to walk you through our 4 sheets here. Starting with tree protection plan, we are proposing to remove 7 non-native trees on site. These will be mitigated to a 1-to-1 ratio, which we'll get to in the planting plan later on. Another key note here is that there are numerous existing oak trees on site, which we are proposing to remain and be protected throughout the project. We have included tree protection notes, fencing notes from our arborist report prepared by local arborist Duke McPherson. Next sheet, please. Touching a bit on materiality, which Mark alluded to in the landscape, if we're starting on the mountain side of the project, the north end, the driveway, we're proposing to meander through a native meadow. It will be composed of permeable pavers. You arrive at a permeable gravel motor court. You can see the sport court, the addition of the sport court, which Mark just reviewed. Moving out to the ocean side, small patio terraces. We're thinking stone paving with more permeable gravel, and just very much taking a light approach on the landscape. One other item to note here is for site lighting. We are proposing no uplighting on the site. All lighting on the project is to be hooded with no exterior light beams directed towards neighboring properties or away from the property. In general, site lighting is to be used for, circulation, wayfinding. Again, it's really taking a light approach on the site. Next slide, please. Looking at our irrigation plan, this is of course at a high level at this stage in the process. The site we're proposing to irrigate with a combination of very high efficient drip irrigation and low precipitation overhead spray. We have included some approximate water use calculations on the table in the lower left there. We are well below our maximum allowed water budget for the project. I think another key item to point out here on the ocean side, we are proposing that all irrigation within the coastal bluff zone be temporary. It is to be temporary drip irrigation or to be hand watered. That drip irrigation, again, will be temporary and only for plant establishment. Once all new plantings are established, that irrigation then will be removed from within the coastal bluff zone. Next page, please. And ending on our planting plan, again, no substantial updates from the previous landscape plans. As Mark said, you enter along the meandering drive coming in through a native meadow, which you can kind of capture in some of the imagery below. As you get up closer to the home, it would be more ornamental, more architectural, playing off the residence. And then as we're on the ocean side, the lawn panel, I say that with quotes, we are proposing the lawn panel to be a native lawn substitute, Agrostis pallens. It's a native drought tolerant plant. Again, it would be established with temporary drip, but once established, we remove that irrigation. Within the coastal bluff zone itself, we are noting for all existing planting to remain and be protected. And if planting within this area does need to be supplemented, we're proposing a coastal sage scrub mix from S&S Seeds out of Carpinteria. I guess the one other kind of additional note here is around the sport court. We have added some proposed trees to kind of just provide some shade on the court and the motor court, but also, as Mark alluded to, kind of green it up a little bit and make that sport court really blend in with the rest of the landscape. That's it for landscape.
I think that's it, unless Melissa or Mark have anything else. No?
Good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bring it back to the board. Did we get any public comment, Ms. Plummer?
Thank you, Chair Miller. For anyone in the audience attending the meeting, if you'd like to speak on this item, you can click the raise your hand icon and that'll notify staff that you would like to speak. And while we wait for any hands to raise, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. And at this time, I do not see any hands raised, so I'll hand it back to the board.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the board for questions. Vice Chair Colas, do you have any questions, please?
I really only have one question that I can think of right now. It's always fun to try to wrap your head around a project, you know, in 20 minutes or half an hour that somebody else has had years to sort of wrap their head around. It looks like most of the trees that are being removed are what I'll call non-native: citrus, maybe some pines, fruit trees, podocarpus. Are there any oaks that are being removed?
No oaks proposed for removal.
Okay. And then if you could just speak a little bit about the relationship of the balcony that is off of this, what I think is the second floor. It looks like the second floor on the westerly side of the project, and its relationship to the house that's on the property to the west. It looks like it sits forward of it, but I guess I would just like to understand that a little bit better from a privacy standpoint.
Probably best to go to, I think using the best, what we showed. So you're more interested in how its relationship to the neighboring property?
Yep.
So let's go to page 3 on the PDF, page 3 on the PDF. So if there's 2 decks on the west side of the house. There's a deck on the, along this, let's call it the westerly wing of the house. There's one deck that's on the ocean front facing south. You can see in the front of our house pretty much lines up with the house that's to the west of us. So it's actually in front of that and looking south. South is to the right on this diagram. And the other deck that you might be referring to is over above where the walkway that goes across from the garage. So so it's right on the corner of the corner of the house. You can see the stair going up there next to the oak tree. If I don't know, someone can point to it. It's a little difficult, but it's on the lower left-hand corner of the wing of the
kind of in between the large tree and what look like 2 smaller trees there.
Yeah, it's actually
right where the cursor is shown.
Right where that's where it is, right there. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a long ways from the house. I mean, this is in
almost 70 feet.
Yeah, and there's also a very large hedge. There's another diagram that shows kind of the neighborhood compatibility. If we could look at page 15, also gives a pretty good diagram of the existing screening. So right now, there's the large oak tree that's going to remain, the smaller oak tree, and this is an existing hedge where it's shown dark there. So that's pretty well screened from the neighbor by existing hedges, and as you can see, that hedge is actually on the neighbor's property, not on our property.
Yeah, you can actually see that really well on the on page 2 of the PDF. I'm looking at it. It's actually the screened site plan over the top of a satellite image.
Yes, you can see that there as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does. And those were the only questions that I have right off the bat. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Vice Chair Kalash, your hand is raised on your video. I'm just wondering, did you have reason for that?
I raised my hand because I couldn't figure out how to chat staff. I was trying to alert them to the fact that they had the Las Alturas project up instead of this one at the outset of the presentation. So that's what that was for.
Okay, thank you. All right. Board Member Arakalian, do you have any questions, please?
I do. I'm on sheet A300, view 1. I think it's page 9 of the PDF. Right, top view. So I'm on our guidelines on page 30C, and there was a question on there. It says, is there a proportion to the openings that is common to the neighborhood? And I kind of want to better understand from the team, how you arrived at, this amount of glazing area in terms of neighborhood compatibility.
I think there's a lot of variety of houses. I haven't looked at all the proportions and of all of the windows on all the surrounding properties. So I'm not really prepared to answer that question. This was our approach that was essentially very much the same as the previous project that this board had reviewed. And we didn't really change the glazing significantly from what was proposed before that got positive comments. So I don't really understand the idea of neighborhood compatibility going with determining size of glazed openings.
There are a variety of different styles out there for sure. Yeah, I think I would agree with what Mark said, that we really haven't changed it since the last time we were here. I would also emphasize, those are facing out towards the ocean, not looking at another adjacent property.
They're very deep. They're very deep overhangs too. I mean, they're like 8-foot deep overhangs facing that south exposure.
Thank you. And I just want to put on the record, this is my first time on the board reviewing this project. I've reviewed the previous motion and the previous recordings, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Brentlinger, do you have any questions, please?
I do. And just to repeat what was just said, this is also my first viewing of this project, but I have looked at the past recordings as well as the minutes from previous meetings. So that's just for the record. As far as my questions, could we go to one of the pictures with the sport court? I think it's another maybe 3 or 4 pages down from where we are now. Yeah, let's stop there for a second. Well, first of all, I'm looking at this court and thinking about one of the provisions for our approval, which is under the good neighbor policy, where there's a mention of noise, so as well as lighting. So my first question is whether there are any lights on the sport court.
Absolutely not.
Then, okay, I didn't see any.
No, there are absolutely no lights.
Yeah.
Great. I didn't see any, so I just wanted to make sure that. Then the other thing is noise abatement. Pickleball is a really popular sport and growing, but it also has its detractors based on the noise coming from the courts. And there's a rather well-known lawsuit in Montecito about exactly that from one neighbor to another. So I'm wondering if you looked at this from a noise abatement standpoint, and what conclusions you might draw in terms of its, I guess, encroachment on the neighbor, particularly on that side of the house from a noise standpoint.
I'd say one thing, if you go back to page 3 of the PDF that shows it in plan. One of the things is that we tried to get it away from the neighboring house. So if you look at here compared, you can see from the footprint of where the house to our east and to our west. So that's one thing. And the other is we've been doing some research, and it turns out that there is a sport court surfacing material that you can use that actually helps dampen the sound of the bouncing balls and so forth. So we're planning on incorporating that into the final design of the court.
Okay, great. Can you tell me the name of that surface?
Melissa, did we write that down when we were talking to Lynn about it?
No, I'm sorry, I don't have that.
We'll have it for you when we bring it back for final.
That's okay.
For design approval.
Okay.
We should also perhaps Board Member Brentlinger maybe mention also about the landscaping around and the wall conditions that we provided. We did try to push it as far west as we could in that same thinking as well.
Okay, all right. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
Just one. I know this is preliminary and more high level. You probably don't have a stormwater plan or civil necessarily, but what are it seems like there's a lot of permeable paving. Are there any other stormwater mitigation? It looks like there might be a planter that you're using for stormwater.
Yeah, it's actually fully developed. When we come back to you for, actually when we go to the Planning Commission, it will be fully developed, the stormwater plan. Essentially, we're collecting all of the water from the roofs and from any of the non-permeable paving and transmitting it to the long linear planter that runs along the east side starts at the motor court and runs along the east side of the sport court. And on various levels, it steps down, terraces down. And so all that water will be, will go through there first, and then it actually gets transmitted over to the far north side of the property where there's a dissipating, I forget the exact term for the dissipator that puts it back out into a sheet flow. So it is, and absolutely nothing is draining towards the ocean. Nothing is draining towards the south whatsoever. So.
Great, thank you. That's my only question.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
No, I don't. No questions.
All right, thank you. I don't have any questions either, but I'd kind of like to follow with Board Member Aracali, and his brought up the issue about the glazing into an existing neighborhood. And I thought it might help him to kind of share what I look at with that kind of design requirement is I look at the location of the home, and this is a perfect sheet where you see the house is very far set back from the street, and it's fairly back from the other side of the property. And in this particular situation, for me, the way the glazing is done and its location on the property and its relationship to the adjacent properties, it's not quite an issue as if it was in a more smaller property in a more denser neighborhood. It would probably become more of an issue. I don't know if that helps you with that or not, but that's kind of what I look for when in these kind of situations. Other than that, I have no questions, so I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
I think it's a nice project. I think, I can support the project. It's actually a modest amount of development on this parcel. When I look at it, I'm looking at sheet A of your neighborhood compatibility diagrams, and it's really a pretty modest approach to this size parcel, given some of the development that I can see around it. So I'm supportive of it from a size, bulk, and scale standpoint. I think it's nicely designed. I would encourage the applicants to have a conversation with the easterly neighbor about the pickleball and sports court, just to do the right thing if that hasn't already happened. Other than that, I don't have any comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Aracali, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I appreciate your comment, Chair Miller. I reviewed the landscaping. I believe the landscaping and permeable paving are aesthetically appropriate. I believe the size, bulk, and scale of the proposed project is appropriate, and upon my initial review, and yeah, aside from that, no other comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Brentlinger, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I wanted to commend the designers on the storm drainage system. I've seen a number of these, and this one is really appealing just from its design and aesthetic standpoint. So just wanted to point that out as a favorable design-ish option. I would say that I would request some additional comfort in terms of the noise abatement on the sport court. You've done a number of things to address that already in terms of, it wasn't mentioned, but it is a sunken court, which I think is a good thing. But I don't have a good sense about the distance that noise travels. So whatever you might be able to research to address that would be welcome. But I do support the project. I think it fits in the neighborhood. The quality of the materials seem to be high grade. So I think it's a worthwhile project.
All right, thank you very much. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I also agree. I think the size, bulk, and scale works within the site and the neighborhood. They're well within the height limit, and it also fits well within the topography of the site. And I also appreciate the careful consideration of existing trees and the minimal approach to the landscape and the lighting, and as well as the temporary irrigation on the coastal bluff. And I think that the location of the sport court makes a lot of sense as far as site planning. And then also, once again, it is great that it's sunken and there is a planter on that property line as well. Those are my my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, just a couple. Yes, I think this project follows our guidelines very, very explicitly. And it's great that you get a project like this not very often. We got this huge piece of property and a nice designed house that fits our guidelines. I have to make a comment about the big to-do about the sport court. I've never, they're not going to be out there 24/7 playing sports, and people do, you're going to get more noise off that swimming pool with a party than you will off of a little pickleball off of a sport court. I think we're making a big to-do about something that's rather small, a pickleball and a sport court that is, and this is a huge piece of property. And I don't think the people, your idea, someone mentioned to be neighborly, mention the sport court, but I know lots of houses in Santa Barbara that have tennis courts. And they're going to make more noise on a tennis court with that whop, whop back and forth than they will on a pickleball court. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have no comments. I have no clue what noises come from these courts, so.
Not very much.
All right, so I have no comments other than that, pretty much a follow-up on what's already been said. So they're here for design approval. I don't think they're here for final design approval. So you can either grant them design approval and send them to the, for consent or the full board. Who would like to do the honors and make a motion, please?
Apologies, Chair Miller. The project is actually here just for concept review, and they're looking for a motion to continue the project to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
For review of the coastal development permit. So in your motion, whoever ends up being the motion maker, if you can just include language about general consistency with the neighborhood preservation findings and the other applicable findings, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Plummer, to follow up, are you going to have that up here for them to read it, or do they have to just sort of say it?
Thank you, Chair Miller. The findings do not need to be made at this time, just when it comes back for project design approval, but I think it will be helpful to the Planning Commission to know that it's generally consistent with those findings.
All right, thank you. Would someone like to make a motion, please?
You probably also make a recommendation to the applicant that they come back with design approval and final approval. We've gone over this project several times, and to not waste their time, ask for a final at the same time as design approval.
And Chair Miller, it looks like the applicant, Mr. Ford, has his hands raised. It's at your discretion if you'd like to hear his question.
Please, go.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I was just going to ask what Member Motisha just said, if we could potentially come back for PDA and final at once.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's put on the table. Who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that this project be continued to Planning Commission with our board's positive comments. Specifically, we feel as though the size, bulk, and scale of the project is compatible with the neighborhood. We appreciate the minimal approach to the landscaping and especially the lighting, given the relationship to the bluffs and the rather bucolic neighborhood that this is in. We appreciate the applicant's attempt to mitigate noise emanating from the sports court and their sensitive approach to the retention of native vegetation on site, specifically the oak trees. That's my motion. And we expect that we would be able to review this both for project design approval and final approval when it returns to the full board for their next review.
All right, thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second that.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member Ara Callion,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to item 2, 25 Los Tourist Road. Okay, perfect timing. This is concept review proposal to convert an existing 427 square foot carport to a 2-car garage with a 457 square foot second story addition above. Project includes a 72 square foot addition at the lower level, an interior remodel, and window replacements throughout to the 1,790 square foot single unit residence located in the Hillside Design District. The proposed total of 2,675 square feet on a 6,998 square foot is 99% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. Planning Commission review and approval is required for a floor area modification to allow the development to exceed the maximum floor to lot area ratio. No final appealable action will take place at this hearing. Neighborhood preservation findings and Hillside Design District and slope lot findings will be required to be made at project design approval. Do we have a representative for this project?
Thank you. Apologies, Chair Miller. Before we begin with the applicant's presentation, I just wanted to let the board know that Robert Dostalek is the case planner for this project, and I believe he does have some staff comments at the start of this item. Thank you. I'll turn it over to him.
Oh yeah. Keep it down over there. All right, Mr. Ari, if you'd like to present your project, go ahead, go for it.
Thanks, Ms. Plummer. Actually, I'm Robert Dostalek, and I'm the case planner for this project. And before the applicant's presentation, I wanted to briefly apprise the board on the specific procedure and application materials required for this project. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, I just have these little windows everywhere, so I had to find you. You're there, so please proceed.
Got it. No worries. Thanks. So the project includes a request for a floor to lot area ratio modification, and we can simply call it an FAR modification for short. And these are few and far between, with the Planning Commission or the Planning Division only processing about 3 or so of this application type in the past decade. So some of you may have never seen one of these types of modifications before. And the staff memo distributed to the board outlines the supplemental application materials required for an FAR modification. And as appropriate, these materials may be reduced or waived by the SFDB, and we are seeking feedback in that regard. So just some things to be mindful of as the applicant is proceeding with their presentation. And I'll touch on briefly on each of these supplemental application requirements. The first is a street silhouette elevation. And the applicant has provided this element in the project plans, and we also have it available in the staff memo. And that just provides a street elevation with some of the neighboring properties in the image. And the second item is a panoramic photo simulation. And the applicant has provided a panoramic image of the project site, and the board will have an opportunity to comment on the sufficiency of this supplement. And the panoramic image is included in the staff memo, and we also have it available for viewing toward the end of the presentation plan set, if we need to pull it up on the screen for discussion. And the third item are story poles and other visual aids. So story poles and at least one other visual aid must be provided prior to project design approval unless waived by the SFDB. And again, this is specifically for the FAR modification. And these have not yet been provided by the applicant. So we seek direction from the SFDB on whether any of these may be waived. And we have the visual aid and story pole handout that is referenced in the staff memo available to pull up onto the screen if needed for discussion. And the handout also includes specific criteria for waiving the story pole requirement that the board may be interested in viewing. And the final requirement is a 20 closest home survey. And the survey spreadsheet is attached to the staff memo with pertinent information on surrounding lots. And we also have the key map that accompanies this particular survey. And we also have that available at the end of the presentation plan set for reference. And those were the supplemental application materials, and just one additional component that I want to highlight, and that is a procedural element. And the Planning Commission will make the final decision on the FAR modification, which includes supplemental findings. Therefore, for the SFDB today or at a subsequent meeting, in order for the project to proceed to the Planning Commission for a decision on the FAR modification, at least 5 members of the SFDB must vote in support of the modification. And I just want to throw out that we know that the board has been working on how they craft their comments related to most modification types that we receive with a lot of the projects that you see. However, for this application type, namely the FAR modification, the board members may voice directly whether they are supportive of the FAR modification and why. So a little bit different than what you're used to seeing. And I'll leave it there at the moment. Just wanted to spoon feed you a few things to be mindful of as the applicant is proceeding with their presentation, and also be available for questions once the SFDB has a chance to dig into the review. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Aria, would you like to present your project?
Yes, Chair Miller. Good afternoon, everybody. We're looking at this project at 25 Las Alturas. We can go, I'll skip over the FAR stuff because that was already brought up, but if we can go to this next page, please. Yeah, great. On the lower right-hand side is a top-down aerial view. Actually, can we go to the next page? I think we have a better diagram on the next page. Yeah, this is really helpful. So if we could zoom in on item 17 on the top right. This is a Google Earth image, or actually, no, this is a drone image that we shot. And our home is directly in the middle there where you see that large eucalyptus tree on the left-hand side of it. And there's a house to the left, which is, for let's say, west side. And you can see a very long driveway that comes up from Las Alturas. So the house, our project site sits well above Las Alturas Road. I don't have the dimension on top of my head. I think we have a drawing for it. And it shares a driveway with the house on the left and that you see in the image here. And originally this was all one property. And I can't remember the year now, but it was split at one point. The lot was split and this small little 6,000 square foot lot was created and that house was built on it. And so we have a very kind of unique situation where we've got a big lot on the left and this really narrow 6,000 square foot lot that this house is sitting on. If you could zoom out, please. Images on the bottom here, we have 12, 14, and 16. Those are looking from Las Alturas up at the property. 16 doesn't, 12 and 14 do actually. So you can see the elevation change from Las Alturas Road to the existing home. The image 12 on the right, our addition is behind that. It's on the back side of the home. So from Las Alturas Road, you can't see anything. And I want to point that out based on the staff report around story poles and these other things. So you really can't see. And if you scroll up a little bit, context photo 13, that's basically standing on the street looking up at the house. And our addition is at the back end of the property. So you won't, if you were walking or driving, you would not see this addition from anywhere. You would only see it from the driveway at some point when you get to the top of the driveway. And the house to the east, let's see, which is barely visible to the right of the tree, the large tree in context photo 13, you can barely see the roof line of that. That home doesn't actually look and see the addition either because it's blocked by the existing residence. So we can zoom out, please, and fit screen. And again, in the aerial on the bottom right, if we want to zoom in on that, that'll help explain a little bit of what I'm referring to. So that number 13 is pointing directly at the front of the house. The house to the right or to the east, where 14 and 15 are, that home is kind of pointing the other direction. So the back area of the back left corner of that house doesn't actually view into our property. And then the house to the left is where you see the driveway coming up and the motor court there. The car in the driveway, that's the neighbor's property, and their garage faces our project. And on the aerial, if you see the flat roof at the back of the property, that's an existing two-car carport, which is what we're going to take down, make into a garage, and then we're adding a bedroom up on top. And that's where our addition is going to be located. So we can zoom out. We'll go to the next plan, please, next sheet. Here's our survey. So you can see the existing residence outlined there, the driveway coming up the hill, the neighbor's address to the left, and it says parking carport. That's the area of our project. Next slide, please. This is an architectural site plan showing the motor court, shared motor court, in the area which we're going to remove and reconstruct. Next slide, please. This is the street silhouette up above, and that's one of the requirements, the visual aid requirements that we were brought forth. Again, this is a flat two-dimensional elevation, but you can see the existing home there in the middle. Our addition would be behind it. And we'll see the elevations in a minute. And then you can see where we're adding the two-car garage with the addition above it behind the house there. Next slide, please. On the right, we have existing and demo plan, and on the left, we have proposed. So the basic scope is we're moving a laundry room and a powder room around, a couple doors on the interior. We're going to replace all the doors and windows around the exterior of the home. They're all single pane. And then you can see on floor plan 2, there's a hatched area. That's effectively the addition. So we have a stair. We're enclosing the back end of the carport with a stair. There you go. There's a door going into the two-car garage, and there's a door going out to the fire pit gathering area, and that shaded area is some reconstructed storage areas and enclosing the hallway there that doesn't exist today. It's an outdoor space currently with the carport. Next slide, please. Now we're on the upper level plan. So if we zoom in on the left, plan 2, that'll show can somebody zoom in on upper level plan 2? The house is rather small. It's fairly contemporary, and it had a nice remodel done probably 10 or 15 years ago. And the master bedroom is here on the lower right side of this floor plan, and we're adding a new bedroom to the back. And that will be up above the garage. There's nice views sort of diagonally to the southwest. But in large part, we're focusing everything that direction. So there'll be a kind of a new master suite up there. We can zoom out and go to the elevations, please. Next page. That's just a roof plan. We'll go to the next page. So existing elevations are on the bottom and proposed are on the top. So the south elevation number 4 is the proposed elevation where you can see the addition in the upper left corner. If somebody could zoom in on elevation 4, please. So our addition is where that keynote 10 is. So it's, again, set really far back. There's a 1-story living room where you see keynote 12 and 1 pointing at items. That roof element comes across. The addition is behind that. So you wouldn't see it really from anywhere other than coming up the driveway. As I've already stated, this 2-story portion of the existing home is on the right. All the existing windows will get replaced. They're more or less going in the same location and similar style. They'll just be double pane with the exception of where you see keynote 6 and 9. We have some windows there that we're going to open up with sliders so that we can have a little more indoor-outdoor feel to the deck. You can zoom out, please. Elevation 2, if we could zoom in on that. So this is facing uphill. So this is the largest elevation that you would see, but it's facing uphill, so you really wouldn't look at it. The garage is on the, where keynote 10 is the new 2-car garage. And the cars would pull in and out from the right-hand side. You could zoom out, please. Next slide, please. If we could, sorry, back one. If we could zoom in on elevations 2 and 4. Elevation 2 would be facing the existing kind of fire pit courtyard area that they have, kind of the only yard space they really have. You can see the grade going uphill to the right of elevation 2. Elevation 4 is the garage face that is facing the neighbor's garage. So those 2 garages kind of talk to one another. The home is, as you could see from the photos, it's fairly contemporary. It's fairly white, kind of a crisp white color. And we really wanted to do something a little complementary as opposed to matchy-matchy. So we've kept the proportions very similar to the existing house. The roof lines are very similar, but we wanted to wrap the building with more of a dark vertical siding to kind of give it its own identity and try not to match the house. So it's kind of a fun little play with architecture that we liked on this building to give it kind of a there's the old house and then there's the new portion of it and kind of make that actually be obvious. So that's something that we're proposing: darker window frames, kind of a vertical siding. We're not sure what the material is yet. We're still kind of playing around with material palettes. But we can zoom out and go to the next page, please. Here's a couple of sections through the building, sections 1 and 2. Again, just simple flat roof structure. We're matching plate heights, we're matching roof heights. and so on. We don't really have any landscaping on this project to speak of, given that where we're building is already developed, and there's really the whole hillside up behind it is already landscaped. So most of what we're doing is hardscaping, new pathways, new driveways. So we don't have any real proposed landscaping on this project. I see there's a couple more sheets on here. Can we go to the next sheet, please? Oh, so these are the visual aids. So this is the image that we talked about. So the large eucalyptus tree there, the addition is behind that. So that's that one page. We go to the next slide, please. I guess this was done with staff. I haven't seen this before, so this is new to me. I can't really speak to it. Next slide, please. This is a diagram of the 20 closest homes. Next slide, please. Oh, that looks like it. So, yep, that's it. That's our presentation. I'm sure you have questions. Again, relatively small house on a relatively small lot with a pretty modest addition. Other than the FAR mod request, it's pretty straightforward. And I was pretty interesting to hear that there's only been 3 of those in the last 10 years, because we had one up on Paseo Forello probably 5 years ago. So I guess,
I remember that.
It was only like 100 square feet, but it kicked us over and we needed an FAR mod. So, but anyway, here we are again with the 4th one, hopefully.
All right.
That concludes my presentation.
All right, very good, thank you. Did we get any public comment?
Thank you, Chair Miller. And to any members of the public attending the meeting, if you would like to voice any public comment on this item on the agenda, you may do so by clicking the raise your hand icon, and that will notify staff that you would like to speak on this item. And while we wait for any hands to raise, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you. We did receive 2 written correspondence from Randy Modos and Jesse and Samantha Crosono, and those were distributed to the board prior to this meeting. And at this time, I do not see any hands raised, so I'll hand it back to the board.
All right, thank you. Bringing it back to board for questions. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any questions, please?
I do have a question. We have a nice street silhouette, which is on page 5 of the drawing package. I'm looking at that here. I'm wondering what the relationship is of this proposed addition to the home that sits above it on, is that Holmcrest, I think? It seems like they might be more impacted than the 2 flanking neighbors on Los Alturas. And I'm trying to understand, it looks like that home is up on Holmcrest and that it doesn't get too close to this, but I'm just, I'm interested in understanding the elevations of that home relative to this one. Do we have any information on that?
Chair Miller, Board Member Kalas. I think if we go to page 4, we can go back a page, maybe one more back. Yeah, so if you could zoom in on that panoramic photo 17. Yeah, that tree canopy is blocking this view. So just to answer your question, when we're on our property looking up, that house is very much elevated above us. So they're looking down on us pretty heavily. And it's quite a ways up the hill and the elevation change is quite dramatic.
Okay.
I don't even think there, I mean, to answer your question, my perspective, and I haven't been in that home, but my perspective from looking up at it is that they're looking completely over us and they would have to literally walk out to a deck edge and look down if they were to, we're not blocking any of their views for sure.
Okay. So a follow-up question to that would be what type of roofing material and the color of it that you anticipate proposing? I know it's a little bit early on in the game for that maybe, but just wondering if that would cause them a lot of reflectivity if you end up with like a white Sarnafil or something up there.
Yeah, great question. The existing roof, the flat roof, it's kind of hard to see in this image, but if you see the horizontal line at between the first and second floor that kind of runs left and right on the existing home, that over the living room is a flat roofed area, and that flat roof has a rock ballast on it. And we would want to do something similar to that. So we'd probably do a TPS roof membrane and then some kind of a rock ballast on top of it to match what's existing.
Okay.
But again, we haven't got there yet, but that's the current thinking.
Okay. And this parcel maintains, I'll call it easement rights over the parcel below it. Is that correct? So it uses the same driveway. Yes,
Mr. Motos, who wrote a letter of support, and this property share that long driveway that's coming down starts at the lower left part of the image and comes up with those little white retaining walls. That is a shared driveway easement for the two properties.
Okay. I think those are the only initial questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Arkalian, do you have any questions, please?
I do. Excuse me if I missed this from the presentation, but are there any changes to the landscaping at all, the plantings?
Board Miller and Tara Arkanian, we are not proposing any landscape changes. So in the image that you see on the screen, from the deck down to the street, we're leaving existing. We're not going to change any of that. Where our addition is in the exact location of the existing carport. So there's no landscaping around that per se until you start getting up the hill, and we're not proposing any changes to what's already there. So no landscape changes on the property, on the project.
All right, thanks so much. That's it.
All right, thank you. Board Member Brentlinger, do you have any questions, please?
I do, although these may be for Mr. Dostalek. If I could address a couple of questions to him, I think it might be in his bailiwick here. I'm looking at the fact that the reason this is a modification is really contingent on the average slope of the site, which is calculated by the city at 37% versus a threshold of 30%. I'm new at this, so apologies if this is evident to everybody else, but I'm looking at the site itself and the pad for the house is essentially flat, at least from the material we got. There's clearly slope up and below that pad. So my question is, how are we to think about that 37%? Is it really just one end of the lot to the other, or is the fact that the house sits on a flat pad relevant in any way?
So in this instance, Chair Miller and Board Member Brentlinger, in this instance, the slope would be for the lot. So it would be the average slope of the lot itself and not just the building pad where the building is currently sitting.
Okay. Then my second question is to your knowledge, is there any non-conforming aspect of the existing house since it was on that steep slope to begin with?
Yes, so it is, as the building sits right now, the front portion of the building is non-conforming to the front setback. Actually, it might even be just the deck. I would have to pull up the plans real quick. But there are portions of the front of the residence, the portions facing Los Alturas. So there are some non-conforming elements to the Los Alturas front setback, to be more specific.
Okay. All right.
Chair Miller and
yes,
Board Member Brentlinger, if we zoom out, the staff can zoom out and go to our site plan, we can see the setbacks that staff is referring to. Next page, maybe?
Right there.
Next page, please. There you go. So the property line, if you zoom in on the house, the property line, the setback lines are shown. So it's the existing structure is non-conforming on the east and the south and the west. As the existing structure sits today. Our addition is outside of the setback and will be conforming.
Okay. I appreciate the difference. And those are my only questions, but thank you both for answering those.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
Yeah, I have a question for the applicant and probably for the staff. I apologize, I don't remember the last time we had one of these floor area modifications, but am I assuming that this floor area modification is basically to try to get ahead of us and say, hey, we've done our work, let us have this 99% FAR? Or I don't really understand it, because the house above you is so high that it looks straight over you. The two people on each side of you, they want the addition more than you do. They love it. And you got nothing but positive comments from everybody. And the only person that really ever requires flagpoles, story poles, are the neighbors who are afraid of your building where it doesn't belong. I don't really understand, and maybe the staff can answer this for me, why we even are considering, why you're considering a floor area modification. Am I making some sense?
Sure. Chair Miller and Board Member Motisha, in this instance, it's because the floor area ratio, using the city's floor area ratio calculation, it not only exceeds 85% of the FAR, but also because of the slope of the lot. So if the lot were less than 30%, we would require some of these supplemental application materials, but the floor area ratio modification would not be required. So it's really what's driving this is how the city calculates floor area ratio combined in this instance with the 37% sloped lot.
All right, that explanation didn't make any sense to me, but I just, yeah, if you want to spend the extra time and try to convince us that this house is not what it should be, and it is what it is, and it is fine with me. And we made exceptions in the past on floor area ratios that are above, way above, because of situations like this, and that just probably will happen here. That's my only comment and question. Thank you, Brian.
Okay.
Other than that, I'll wait to make some further comments later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to scratch my head a little bit.
Thank you.
I guess my observation, I guess I have a question for the city. I guess I'm going to assume that when this house was originally built, the side yard setbacks and the front yard setbacks were different, and it's changed, and that's why suddenly it's now being built. Parts of it are in the setbacks. Is that correct? Is that a good assumption?
Chair Miller, you are correct. Yeah, this area was subject to a rezoning in the past, where some of the setbacks to the existing buildings then became non-conforming.
So I have another little interesting question. In today's current codes and requirements, if they were to split this lot, would it have been done today as opposed to when it was done? Do you think they would have been allowed to split this lot to such an estranged configuration?
We'd have to, you mean in light of SB 9 or just just a general subdivision?
Because it's in a, it's so steep and it's very small, and I don't know. It just seems like
There would be some factors that would need to be examined. I'm not entirely sure
Okay.
whether
Well,
that would.
Yeah, I'm bringing that up is because of the weird parameters of this property. That's why the client is having to do is requiring the modification because of that. I don't know if that helps Board Member Motisha, but anyway, that's my only question. So I'm going to bring it back to the board for comments. Board Member Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
Apologies, Chair Miller, just really quick. I know Mr. Dostalek brought this up earlier, but we do have the handout available related to story pole exemptions. And I'm not sure if the board would find story poles waivable for this particular project. It's towards the bottom. Ms. Rydell, if you can just scroll down a little bit where it outlines the story pole exemptions. Perfect, that's great. So that's the criteria if you did want to exempt the project from story poles, and you can include any comments about that in your discussion. Thank you.
That's my question. Yeah. Are we going to exempt story poles that we don't need anyway?
Well, I think what they're saying is because of the parameters of the FAR modification, in our motion, we need to include verbiage of whether we want to require story poles or not. And it has to be this type of verbiage. Is that correct, Ms. Plummer?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, it's just a technicality.
We got to have two negatives to get a positive. Okay, I got that.
Please, don't make it more confusing than it is. All right, let's move on to Vice Chair Kalas. Do you have any comments, please?
Well, I know I've already had my question time, but I might need to ask another question. Is that allowed?
Of course.
Okay. So I'm looking at this street silhouette. I'm looking at the floor plan. Based on the floor plan, it appears that the proposed addition would not be visible from Los Alturas. I'm trying to confirm that because there's a poche that is shown on the street silhouette diagram that leads me to believe that I am seeing part of the addition. Perhaps the applicant could clarify that.
Did not see any of it.
Can we see I think it's the next sheet, next page, please? So if we zoom into the project up above in street silhouette, trying to see what I can see there too. Yeah, you would, okay, so this doesn't actually show the addition, but the addition would be behind it, and it comes over to the left of the existing second story about 8 feet.
So do we
in a
see
flat
this?
elevation, you would see this,
Yeah.
but this doesn't have the tree in it, and there's vegetation and other things that would block it. So if you could float in the air at a perfect level and flatten your eyeballs and remove the tree, then you could probably see the addition. But otherwise, I don't think you're going to see it.
I'll see it from TV Hill.
Okay. So what is the rather coarse poche that is that just to indicate
Plaster.
stucco, for example?
It's the existing plaster wall of the second
Okay.
floor.
Okay, that helps.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. At that small scale, it looks like a big blob.
Okay. And then I thought I heard staff say something about supplemental requirements, and was a simulation one of those items? Could staff clarify that?
Sure, through the chair, Board Member Calais. The applicant did provide the street silhouette elevation and and were you asking about the photo simulation or the other visual aids?
The photo simulation.
Yes, so they did provide the photo simulation, and I believe it's on one of the second to the last sheets on this particular plan set, if you could scroll to that. Whoever the plan genie is today. And if you can.
Apologies, Robert. Can you tell me where you would like me to go on the plan set again?
Yeah, it should be one of the last 4 or so slides. It shows the photo simulation. It's actually in the picture section as well. I don't have the exact page. You could go down right there. And to answer a little more to your question, the photo simulation, it's supposed to show the proposed addition superimposed on the image. And in this instance, it does not. However, spinning back to board member Motisha's question about the story poles and why would they need to be required, the board does have significant discretion to either say, hey, this photo simulation is acceptable, or hey, this photo simulation isn't quite there yet. We need to see the addition superimposed, or any other additional detail or features that you would maybe want to see.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just to clarify, if I may.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
The addition, I think if you zoom in really close on that house, in the middle there, I think you can just no, it's not shown on there. You're right. Okay. All right. That tree blocks a lot of it.
Okay. I'm wow. Sometimes projects that just seem to be so simple are not, maybe my brain overcomplicates them. So I'm just going to start talking here for a second. So this project has a pretty prominent location relative to the slope, relative to the street at Los Alturas. I think part of that is born of the non-conforming setback condition. I think the other part of it is that it's 2 stories right there. There's really no sort of like step back to the massing of the existing house. I've watched it over the last 5 years as it's gotten cleaned up, and all of a sudden it kind of became this little gem. And I was like, wow, that's a really nice house. And it's always fun to see one of these kind of come back to life, because this is kind of what everybody's building now. But what we're doing is we're sort of returning to this genre of home. And so I love the existing home. I'm struggling with the FAR issue because I feel like this home already takes advantage of access over another parcel. It's also maxed out or beyond existing setbacks, and now it's asking for more. So that is a concern for me from an FAR standpoint. I think the house has a really nice sense of massing as you approach the front entry to it right now, where it kind of steps down towards the hillside. It has some interplay of outdoor and indoor spaces, taller and lower volumes. And I feel like a lot of that is being lost with the addition, which is primarily a product of just what's available to the architect to do an addition, I think, on this parcel. I'm not really in favor of changing the vocabulary of the exterior. I think the addition should match the nature of the architecture if it's allowed to move forward. I do not think it causes any impediments to views for any of the neighbors, which I think is a plus. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Board member Arakalian, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I echo some of Vice Chair Colossus' concerns about adding more to this existing property. I would like to, so I understand this concept review. I would be interested in seeing a material board and a color board at the next meeting, just so I can better understand the visual impact of the project, of the proposed changes. I believe, story polls would be helpful, right? That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Brentlinger, do you have any comments, please?
I do, thank you. I would go ahead and say that I'm in favor of having the project proceed to the Planning Commission for a decision on the FAR modification. I think that in terms of supplemental application materials, I would waive the story polls and other items mentioned in number 3 in the staff's report. I think that, and I also would note that I did go out and look at the house from the street there, from Las Alturas, and then from the actual offshoot there that dead ends. I think the house is very difficult to see, at least from the street. I can't claim I know what it looks like from the back, but from the house uphill, but it does look like it's so far downslope from that house that it wouldn't, adding a second story to the garage would not really change much at all. I put quite a bit of weight on the letters from the neighbors in favor of the project, particularly the neighbor to the west, who mentioned that he would welcome not seeing a carport and instead see a full-fledged garage. So I thought that was worth a lot. I think the neighbor, there was another neighbor, I think it was the one immediately on the east side, but I'm not certain of that, who was also in favor of the change. So I see the proposed change actually as fairly minor. Because it's in the back of the house, I really don't think much of it would be visible. And it's not changing the fundamental outline of the improved part of that lot. It's replacing the garage in its exact same location. It is going up a story, absolutely. But I think it's in a part of the lot that would be the least burdensome from anybody's perspective. So I guess I'm in favor of sending it on to the Planning Commission for a modification. And thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
I agree with Board Member Brentlinger. I support the modification and the story pole exemption. I think it's clearly consistent in size, bulk, and scale since it's just over the existing garage. No public views are blocked and you can't really see it from the street. And it also fits within the natural existing topography of the site. As far as materials, just a comment would be, it might be nice to consider the garage being more to match the Ipe decking, bring in more of the natural wood. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I agree with Board Member Klein and Board Member Brentlinger. Totally. This project satisfies our everything that the Single Family Design Board stands for.
Design guidelines, is that what you want to say?
I'm always looking for guidelines. And if I have to say it, I will. If we have to say that we don't want any story poles, I don't think we should have any story poles. And I think this project should be sent on to the Planning Commission, and with our 100% approval This is a very simple project, and the more we talk about it, the more we're going to. Board Member Klein.
All right, well, quit talking.
I'm not going to stop talking. I need to say something. Board Member Colossus, we can talk forever about the things that this and that, but we've been asked before not to put our opinions into this board, and there's no opinion here. This fits our guidelines completely, and it may be a little bit over into the setbacks, but that's fine with me. I support this project 100%. Thank you, Brian.
Okay. Can we go back to the elevations? I just want to make clear what exactly you're doing in terms of the second story. Okay, so the leopard skin poching is actually plaster. Is that correct? Clay?
Yes, Mr. Chair, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, the poche that you're seeing is the existing plaster, the smooth trowel plaster on the existing house.
Okay, so the dark part over here is the new addition, and you're saying you wanted, what is that? What does the vertical siding?
Correct. So that we're looking at a darker gray kind of vertical siding. We're kind of playing around with different materials, but because we're in high fire, it limits us in some ways. So,
okay.
But we're looking at it more of a complementary as opposed to matchy.
Got it. All right, thank you. That's basically it. I tend to agree with what my other board members are saying. So with that being said, God help who has to make the motion. We have some verbiage to include into it. Who would like to entertain a motion?
Apologies, Chair Miller, and I just want to touch base with the case planner, Mr. Dostalik, as well. I know 4 members indicated that they would support an FAR modification, but we need 5 members to support it. So I would just ask board members Colossus and Arkelian if they feel differently before you make your motion. Thank you.
And if I may add one other element to consider during the motion, if the board members are comfortable with the visual aids as they stand now in terms of what was submitted, just be sure to include that the story poles and any other visual aids have been waived, if the board is inclined to do that. Just to be clear in the motion, that would be all.
All right, thank you. And it's a concept, so it's just comments only, right?
It is comments only. However, this would be the juncture that you would either waive any additional visual aid or supplemental application material requirements. And it would also be helpful if you could indicate the support one way or the other for the modification and whether or not the board is comfortable continuing it to the Planning Commission with comments.
All right, thank you. With that being said, would someone like to entertain a motion?
Not me, I'm not boss. I wouldn't know what to say.
So I'll give it a go.
Yay, okay, go for it.
I'd like to make a motion for the project to be continued with the board's support for the modification and the story pole exemption, and also exempting them from other visual aids as the addition is clearly consistent in size, bulk, and scale, as it's just over an existing footprint of the garage, and no public views are being blocked. You can't see it from the street. And it fits within the natural topography of the site as well as the hillside guidelines, and it doesn't affect the neighbors either. They support it. So I would say it has positive findings as far as the neighborhood preservation findings.
All right, and I second that.
Thank you. Mr. Dostalik, does that sound adequate for what needs to be said?
Could that be recited, if you'd be so kind, from our board secretary?
I would like to also make a statement here that the applicant also on his return to the full board, hopefully to the full board, or to the full board, that he asked for design approval and final approval, since we have.
Well, does the maker of the motion accept that revision?
Yes.
Addition. Okay.
And I second.
Okay, great. So, Ms. Plummer, someone?
Ms. Fennessy, if you wouldn't mind reciting the draft motion that's on the table.
Thank you. I have to continue to the Planning Commission with a return to the full board for project design approval and final approval, with comments that the board supports the modification. The story pole exemption and other visual aids are waived as the project is consistent with size, bulk, and scale. The view, there is no impact to the views. The project fits in with the topography. The modification doesn't affect neighbors, and there's positive finding as far as the neighborhood preservation.
All right.
Thank you for reading that back, Ms. Fennessy. That will work. And then as part of the vote, we'll be able to see if there's 5 members that support.
Okay, great. Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member Ara Kellyan.
Yes, change of mind.
Board Member Brentlinger.
Yes.
Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Board Member Motisha.
Yes.
Vice Chair Kalas.
No.
Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-1.
And Vice Chair Kalas, if you'd like to include your reason for not supporting the motion.
Yeah, I am not in support of the disparate materials that are being proposed for the addition relative to the existing finishes. This is a 2-story home. They're increasing the 2-story volume, but it's flanked by 2 single-story homes effectively. So I find the massing of it actually not to be compatible with the 2 flanking homes, even though those neighbors are in support of it. I think that the home already profits from access over a neighboring parcel and from existing non-conforming setbacks, and that it's just asking for increased benefit that I think it already has more than it would normally be allowed to have anyhow. Does that take care of your need, Ms. Plummer?
Thank you. That was perfect. We just want on record your reason. Thank you.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right. I think we're ready for our next
Thank
project.
you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clay.
Chair Miller, I would be welcome to a break either at this item or the next one.
You took the words right out of my mouth. You guys let's take a 5-minute break, if you like, and we'll return at 5:53. Item 3, 1336 Shoreline Drive. This is for a pre-application review. Proposal to demolish the existing single-unit residence and garage and construct a new 2,486 square foot, two-story single-unit residence with an attached 465 square foot garage, a 1,008 square foot basement level, partially comprised of a 725 square foot accessory dwelling unit and a 421 square foot junior accessory dwelling unit. At the first floor, project includes relocating the driveway and pedestrian access from the Shoreline Drive to San Rafael Avenue and hardscape and landscape improvements. Planning Commission review and approval is required for a coastal development permit, as the property is located in both the appealable and non-appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone. The proposed total of 2,486 square feet on a 6,948 square foot lot is 85% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. This is a one-time pre-application consultation. No final appealable action will take place at this hearing. Welcome, Mr. Radke, and welcome, Ms. Overholzer.
I'd like to say I don't know how that name got in there. I have not used that name since I got unmarried in 1998. So you can call me Margie Grace, as you've known me the last 25 years or so.
Brings back memories, though. Okay.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yes, really.
Chair Miller, before the applicant proceeds with their presentation, I just wanted to inform the board that Megan Arciniega is the case planner for this project, and she is in attendance. So if you have any questions throughout the meeting, she'll be here to answer those. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Mr. Radke, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair Miller and members of the board. Thank you for your attention and service. In the interest of perhaps a more effective presentation, there's a PDF that we sent in earlier that condenses or sort of like consolidates a lot of this information. Do you have that?
Ms. Rydell, yes, I believe that's
there
the concept slide.
That's page 1. So 1336 Shoreline Drive, it's I believe it's possible that David and Barbara Moline may be joining us if they're in the audience or panelists, but I do want to mention that they're the owners of the property and that they're really interested in and love this neighborhood, and they have a really living and lively project in mind. So here you'll see this block on the far left is the proposed project, and you can see there's certainly an eclectic neighborhood here. We've got a fair number of images, so we'll go through next. You'll be familiar with this East Mesa 1336 shoreline next. Next. The project is interestingly, of course, it's on shoreline and it's right across from the ocean and the bluffs, and it's also right across from the playground. So it's really one of the sort of most fun and lively parts of shoreline up here. And again, the Molines are really excited to be a part of it. And to that end, they have also engaged in at least 10 meetings with their neighbors. We've been at some of those, and some of those have been individual to share the plans and talk with them. Next. You can see the setting in the block, the parking lot, playground, the bluffs, and the neighborhood next. Generally setting the context here at the corner of Shoreline and San Rafael. This is the property as it exists today. And this tract was, there are 6 original floor plans that comprise the entire tract. Garage and asphalt are generally sort of comprise the front identities of many of these projects. And specifically along Shoreline, sort of inward development of the past is kind of being gradually counteracted by people's current desire to look at the park, the passersby, the pedestrians, and the ocean views. Next. You'll see here on the corner, that's the garage in essence that defines the identity of this address from the corner. Very tall palm trees. Next. On San Rafael, there's an existing CMU wall. Next. Again, very typical that Shoreline has the garages and car parking on along the sidewalk, the back of the sidewalk there. Next. We really like the liveliness of this playground, and you'll see, I think there's some resonance in the project with this loose landscape out there that's open and that is a park. Next. Again, this aerial view of this block, that's San, which I'm spacing, San Rafael on the left and Santa Rosa, I believe, on the right, the streets. You can see the three two-story houses on the far side to the right. Next. Got some other neighborhood photos here from that block. Next. Large, pretty substantial landscape on many of the properties along shoreline. People really love this, the ability to grow the lush planting. Next. But it does interfere with some of the views either to or from the properties. Next. And the interests of the property owners is sort of in conflict with the arrival by car and the garage fronts. Next. Eclectic project sort of palettes as you go down the block. Next. And again, very substantial succulent type planting out here at the front along with the palms and this wood palette with the flat roofs. Next. Can see some other context of what kinds of structures are around. Here's two-story structures with the upper parts being flat roofs. Next. Shoreline Drive, along Shoreline Drive in these various blocks, there's a variety of eclectic modern styles that have appeared. Next. Some very recent, and likewise in the neighborhood to the north, behind on the terrace, also this kind of more modern and contemporary sensibility with wood and flat roofs, plaster, glass, et cetera, and decks. Next. So getting to the project, it's just under 7,000 square feet on this corner of San Rafael and Shoreline, and you can see that garage on the front with the driveway, and there's a 1,500 square foot structure there. Next. This starts to get into the heart of what we're proposing with the Molines, and you can see in essence that the project is relocating the garage from the lower right to the upper left. So we're moving the garage and driveway off of Shoreline onto San Rafael. Public Works is supportive of this in our PRT letter, and that's the driveway off of the busy through street and onto the quieter side street. It also puts it after the intersection, which is a safer situation. So generally as well, then because the project fronts on two streets, two front yards, which in essence has a larger setback, and the zoning does allow for the open yard space to be in the front. And so what this project does, again, is it takes this sort of living and lively life of the house and orients it to the views to the south and to the west, to the street, to the pedestrians, to the park, and to the kind of the ocean and the breezes. And then it places the quieter things toward the neighbors to the north and to the east, so to the top and to the right. And it opens up the corner to sort of, with this broken up massing, with a really, in essence, a garden that is picturesque, but a good setting for activity that could be shared visually with the street, in essence. I think we could see, maybe the next slide, next image carries on with this. You can see this sort of, we're calling it a recessive building massing to open up the garden that's shared with the public on the corner. And then you can see that the neighbor to the east has pretty much continuous development along their setback. And the neighbor to the north has their garage in essence adjacent to this new proposed garage location with us. So the driveways and the garages are kind of in dialogue there. Again, the quieter functions of the proposed house are towards the neighbors, and the open activity view side has this liveliness. I think Adam and others, you'll join in when I, in the interest of speed, I may leave some ideas behind here, but it's really taking advantage of the garden and the views on the front. Next. So the liveliness here, this is the ground floor plan, and you can see again the garage and the entry coming off of San Rafael on the left. The project includes ADU entries that kind of come quietly along that eastern property line to entries that are behind on this quiet little path. So housing opportunities and a variety of housing structures designed for aging and designed for different household sizes are a part of it. So it's an 85% FAR as currently calculated. The project asks for no modifications or special considerations. It's a 2,000 square foot main residence. There's 725 square foot of ADU in the basement. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see this junior ADU, which faces out towards shoreline. So it's a very, very small efficiency apartment that many of us would have loved to live there on the Mesa, or maybe still would love that little situation. So the ground floor plan, again, has an entry. The bedrooms are on the ground floor, and in the upper right, then you'll see that there's a quiet little patio yard off of the primary bedroom, which is very sheltered and quiet off of the street. And the garage itself has a garden wall that again keeps everything quiet to the two neighbors that abut. I think we could go to next. The upper level plan. So the upper level plan, you can see it's an L-shaped plan with a kitchen, a dining area, and a living room. And then it's got an L-shaped deck that's on the south and west that faces the garden on the property. It faces the street in the corner. It faces the views, the park, the playground, and the islands to the south and to the west. And taking advantage of these views is what the Molines are really, really excited about, as well as this sort of sociability, this interaction in an appropriate manner that's not intrusive, where it's a shared front space between public and private in a good dialogue. Next. While we're there, let's go back to that if you could. I would comment. There will be discussion about at the far north there is a quiet little sort of breakfast or dining patio that is as well oriented to the south and west with screening planters and walls and planting to the north. And one other thing to remember that I forgot to say is that the northerly neighbor is 3.5 feet higher as a baseline than our property. So they hop up 3.5 feet, not quite half a story, but a third of a story or something. So they're advantaged, if you will, in this sort of section of these two properties. Next. Looking at the basement, we could just even go to the next slide, which shows helps to explain the next slide. Yep, here you go. This ADU that's in the ground in the basement now is a kind of like a 1-bedroom apartment. It gets light from 3 light wells. The stairwell there, which comes from its entry, is a fully inward, an innie, if you will, an inward carve out that brings in light to the center of the apartment. The kitchen up at the top has a light well, and then the bedroom has a light well. So again, very, very small little 1-bedroom apartment. And then there's a laundry, mechanical room, and storage on this lower level. And you can see an elevator is included, again, designed for aging, designed for different abilities over time. Next. The roof plan. And we might as well go to the next image, or the blue. The city is headed, sustainability is a part of the guidelines, and the city is headed towards electrical projects only. And that requires then the goal of net zero. So the Moulins are very intent on having a sustainable project to be net zero from an electrical point of view. This little L-shaped flat area at the top allows for the solar panels to be laying down and in essence not part of the streetscape or the architectural identity of the project. It also then allows the project to collect water, to generate its own electricity, and then as well, those gray areas there that are shown are shade overhangs, which allow the upstairs decks to be shady in the summer, to collect some solar gain in the winter. The climate is very mild, so the shade function with roofs and a kind of like a trellis, planted trellis that you'll see in the elevations. I'll go as quick as I can.
How much more time do you need, Mr. Radke?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Let's go to the next. I think this will come out. So Margie is up to talk about the landscape.
Hi. So thank you, board, for hearing us, and very happy to bring this project in front of you today. Again, as Mr. Radke pointed out, it's important to the Moulins to sort of present a beautiful face to the community as well as interact with the community. So we sort of riff off of the setting across the street with the way we do our fencing is it sort of mimics dune fencing, which is sort of that same vocabulary that's across the street around the playground. We've got a little bit of beach sand that comes in there as well, that is sustainably harvested. The volleyball people provide that. We have some mounding, so the floor plane is not dead flat as it is now. There's some undulation that helps with that sort of public to private gradient, that sort of, getting more and more intimate as you get closer to the house. We also use some stone boulders along in there to keep it tie into our ridge line and our mountains. We're really interested in the lightest footprint possible as far as the use of water demand, supplemental water demand, maintenance requirements, generation of green waste on site, smart water, smart fire, smart maintenance. We're looking for some real livability here, and you see the plantings sort of are totally in line with what else is planted along the street. In fact, I noticed as we were doing the elevation along the street as we progressed towards LA, we find that the opposite corner is planted with quite a lot of succulents, which is the main part of the bulk of this landscape as well. We go as light a footprint as far as permeable surface wherever we can. We want to use these prefabricated pavers so that we aren't having concrete washout on site that kind of messes up the soil. They'd also get they're locally made just in the LA area, so they don't have much of a carbon footprint either. We're looking for that sort of playfulness and the sculptural quality in the plants. There's also plants with high habitat value that will bring seeds and birds, or seeds and nesting material for birds. Altogether, it's a pocket size, real little gem. Again, that's very comfortable for people who live there and very comfortable for the neighborhood as well. Next slide, please. That's a little close up on some of the details, and you'll see on the left-hand side, we use a lot of succulent material, and there's some grasses as well. And then on the right-hand side, that batch of materials, the hardscape materials, we see those. So those modern, the CalArc pavers, sandblasted concrete, a use of Mexican beach pebbles. We'll use some of that Sydney Peak boulders, and then again that reference to dune fencing, and the fencing is more, it's more screening and sense of place than it is, you know, don't even look at my stuff, never mind, don't come here. So again, wanting to present a really friendly face to the community. I like the way the house is set back. It's just very approachable. We've got good sight lines as far as, you know, traffic on the street, and altogether, we're looking for something that is, again, I think lively is a light footprint that's very lively and very livable.
Great. So we'll go to the next image. You can see here I think there's just a handful more of images that are highly digestible and informative. So this shows this opening up on the corner, the intensely planted walls that become that extend the garden. And then the next image, which just has some annotations, step back massing, wood palette in sort of the mineral infused wood that's highly durable. So the entire all the surfaces are this wood and wood staves, kind of echoing the dune fence. Yep.
Sorry to interrupt you. You need to kind of speed it up a little bit here. So just to let you know, kind of.
We're almost there. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you,
Next.
Ms. Miller.
Again, when we could go right to the next one, I think that this image kind of shows how stepping and articulated this project is. And it's really set back. It keeps views, you know, allocated and open for the neighborhood. Next, we'll walk through the elevations, which are here. You'll see from the street side, from shoreline on the right-hand side is the deck and the bedrooms that come towards us, and on the left is far behind, fading back. And then we could go to the next image, which I think is highly informative. This is the entry view from San Rafael side. So again, you can see the wedding cake form to both sides, to the street side and to the neighbor side. You can see the solar access diagram there, 30-foot height limit that we're well below. And then you can see that there's a planter for that small little breakfast deck at the north with the northerly neighbor. Then you can go to the next. This is that eastern side, again, wedding cake. So it's lower to the street, higher in the middle, but it's carved out with that entry for the ADU there in the middle that goes down and in. And then wedding cake at the north, where that person is standing on the deck up above, that's another 18 feet behind. And the distance from the actual second story massing to the property line ranges from 21 to 28 feet. We can go to the next. This is that north-hand side with the breakfast deck up at the top. Those windows are all on the quiet side and set back. planted wall, a garden wall. In essence, San Rafael is to the right. Next. This, you can see this planter there at the north is at 42 inches plus planting that would grow at the top of it. And it's 3 feet deep as currently proposed. It's a total of 15 feet then back to that second story mass. And then the mass beyond that is actually therefore 21 and 28 feet from the property line. I think that's readily self-apparent. The proposed floor level is the same as the existing house. And yeah, okay. I think that's next. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Moving it back to the board, do we have any public comment, please?
Thank you, Chair Miller, and then Ms. Riedel, if you can switch to the public comment screen. Thank you. So if you're a member of the audience and you would like to voice any public comment on this item, you can do so by clicking the raise your hand icon, and that will notify staff that you would like to speak on this particular item. And I do see several hands raised. I see Mr. Wolf, so I will go ahead and allow him to speak. So Mr. Wolf, you've been unmuted, so you can voice your comments at this time.
All right, thank you, Chair Miller and board members. We had a chance to meet with David and Barbara and kind of review the plans with Ken, and a couple of items that I happen to live at 1331 Los Alamos Place, which is the north east corner of that lot. And what I'd like them to do is consider looking at the east elevation of their property. Currently, I have a small view window corridor through there that allows me to see the ocean from my rear yard. And with the east elevation being just a straight up, lacking the sort of layering effect and the undulations that they've done so nicely on the front, it will block my views almost completely. So we've talked about that. I think they're gonna hopefully try to work out some deals in a way to maybe push the front portion of that building toward the west, allowing a little bit of opening for me to see. I'm not opposed to the style particularly. I know others have issues maybe, or some thoughts. It's an eclectic neighborhood for sure. We do sit a little higher than they do. I would recommend, or like to recommend, story poles after they've gotten a chance to kind of design and create what they want to present, hearing all the neighbors' comments. And we welcome you certainly to the neighborhood, and we hope we can all be good neighbors with each other. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. And I'm going to go ahead and allow Don McGrew. You should now be able to speak. And Ms. McGrew, it looks like you might be currently muted. Okay.
Okay. I am the neighbor to the north. I have written some written comments, and I have some additional issues to add to those. One of my written comments addressed the off-street parking that an ADU and a JADU would, along with the relocation of the driveway, would result in the general public using Shoreline Park and the beach being displaced from on-street parking, and set a precedence for the neighborhood. So I don't know how we make an appeal to the Coastal Commission, but that's down the road. Is it possible to look at the drawings that are on page 3.2 that were on the website? It showed the, first of all, I wanted to comment there were absolutely no pictures or photos of the San Rafael neighborhood and people going up San Rafael to Santa Rita Circle, Los Alamos. This is their neighborhood also. Of the proposed houses on Shoreline Drive, it is the same height and bulk as 1316 Shoreline Drive, which was built before the neighborhood preservation ordinance. I do not know why we're going back to the same size. Of the 7 houses on this block of Shoreline, 3 are owned by the Molines, 1336, 1322, and 1312. The San Rafael Avenue drawings, there's no photos. And according to the scale of the drawing, the side yard is 6 feet. And that, according to that scale, would make the garage about 15 feet. So I believe this is a misrepresentation. And it has removed vegetation from my property, and it doesn't show the 20-foot setback on Los Alamos. So I do not think it is a good representation of the San Rafael Avenue, which is used by many families in the Marine Terrace area.
Apologies, Ms. McGrew, your 2 minutes have completed. Thank you. And I see Mr. Ficker is also wanting to give public comment on this item. So I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. And Mr. Ficker, if you can also unmute yourself. Thank you.
Chair and members of the board, thank you. My name is Jared Ficker, and my wife, Jen Gamble, submitted a letter commenting on 1336 Shoreline. We actually live in 1316 Shoreline Drive. And actually, I can attest, knowing that house and the designs that we've seen, ours is actually much taller and larger in bulk and mass. So I actually really applaud the efforts being made by the Molines. Look, I think we strongly support the project as designed, and I'll just comment on a few areas that I highlighted in more detail in our letter. On neighborhood compatibility, I think the reorientation of the structure on the property compared to its sort of garage forward orientation today really softens the corner and is perhaps one of the best decisions made with the design. On the reconfigured driveway, living on Shoreline and backing into traffic, we're often in a situation where in this part of Shoreline Drive, where there's a lot of pedestrian and bicycle access, you're blocking traffic, particularly for pedestrians and bikes, when you're trying to back out to see how you can back into Shoreline. And I think the fact that they're moving, I think this is one of the only homes where there's side street access. The driveway is really smart and takes some pressure off Shoreline. Landscape design, again, I think a big effort to soften the corner and is nice and aesthetic here. On the ADU and junior ADUs, I think the beauty here is since they're redeveloping the site, they're seamlessly integrated into the project. Finally, on structural design, I think the combination of the structural setback, the soft corner, and the extensive landscaping in the structure that did not maximize the elevation is admirable. Finally, I hope you support their project and encourage its swift review. We've really enjoyed learning more about the project and appreciate the Molines proactive reaching out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ficker. And Chair Miller, I do see Mr. Wolf's hand is still raised. However, he previously made public comment and there are no additional hands raised at this time. Ms. Fennessy, can you confirm any written correspondence we received for this item?
Thank you, Ms. Plummer. We received 4 public comment letters that were distributed to the board prior to this meeting.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, other than a prior speaker who spoke on this item, there are no additional hands raised, so we'll turn it back to the board for review.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for questions. Vice Chair Colas, do you have any questions, please?
I have one question. Is this project not, because of the orientation of the parcel, is it not subject to the solar access ordinance on the, I'll call it the easterly property line? see a
correct.
solar diagram for the northerly property line, but okay, so you're just outside of that magic wedge, I'll call it.
Yes.
Okay. Trying to think if I have any more specific questions. I'd like to take a look again. So your garage is sort of, I'll call it backed up to, or you said it was speaking to the garage on the northerly neighbor. So in terms of that deck that is over the garage that has the planter, I'm assuming if there were any visual connection there with the northerly neighbor, it would primarily be with the garage. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true. Generally, they do have yard. I want to be, you can see there is yard back there that they would use from time to time, I'm sure. But the structure is the garage. So it's, the space between two garages. And again, with the northerly property being, let's say, advantaged by being up 3.5 feet.
Okay. And then, Mr. Radke, could you speak a little bit to the comment that was made by Mr. Wolf, who has the parcel on Los Alamos? Could you just share with the board the conversations from your perspective that you had with them about the view issues, or whether you anticipate making any revisions to the project as a result of those conversations?
I definitely wouldn't. We're here to listen to you, to the SFDB. The Molines have been listening very attentively to the neighbors. I think if you look at the page 23 in this PDF, you'll see that whether it's the existing structure or the one proposed, the two properties taken together, 1336 and their neighbor to the east, which is 1332, generally that is and I don't know, are you able to go to page 23 of this PDF?
That would be up to staff. They would have to scroll to that for us, please.
Right. Anyway, there's a small pocket view that must go through there, and the Molines are listening to those ideas, but there's certainly no concrete proposal, amongst any of us to do that.
Okay. And then I guess I'd just like to ask you sort of a more open-ended question. I'm looking at sheet A 3.2, which is these silhouette studies along shoreline. And this property is currently flanked by what appears to be at least maybe 2 to 3 houses to either side by what remain single-story homes. The fact that this has a flat roof, I think, tends to make it look bulkier when we're looking at these elevation studies than it might be, because there is a lot of interplay there's a lot of push and pull to the facade of the building that you're proposing, or the residence you're proposing. I guess I'm wondering if you can kind of speak to or address why you think this is compatible from a bulk standpoint as it relates to the immediate adjacent parcels and those maybe that are a bit further afield.
Yeah, and I think that if you were to go to page 34 in the PDF, which has that sort of corner view, interestingly, like most of the houses along here take up their entire frontage with inward-looking sort of frontages, and the 2-story version here, it's playing in all 4 directions. It's stepping up and down and in and out in all 4 directions, which is straight out of your guidelines. what's desired and what is actually common, you know, within the eclectic language of the many properties in this neighborhood. The park across the street and the idea of making a green and landscape identity that doesn't block the corner views and that sort of opens up the views. It's all about living in the neighborhood and sort of architecturally how I read the compatibility guidelines. It talks about the stepping back, the interaction and liveliness and articulation of elements. And frankly, this project is better articulated than much of the existing sort of massing that abounds in the neighborhood, as well as like providing a garden open on the corner to, you know, interact with the park, the pedestrians, and the passersby.
Okay. I think that does it for my questions, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Board Member Arakelian, do you have any questions, please?
I do. I'm curious if you explored any other configurations of the house on the site.
This is what felt like by far the most respectful approach to the site, and so that's what we're here to discuss. It shares the open space with the neighborhood and orients properly to light, view, air, and puts the quiet part of the house towards the neighbors. So very, very respectful and broken up, and you know, distinctly less bulky than any of the other two-story projects in the neighborhood.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Board Member Brentlinger, do you have any questions, please?
I do, thank you. I just wonder if you can walk me through the access to the lower floor ADU on A2.0. I'm trying to figure out how someone enters that ADU, if you don't mind.
Yes, if you were to go to the page 25 in this PDF, I think it diagrams two different things. So here you can see the ground floor with the junior ADU there.
Right.
And if you were to come along this side where that circular staircase is, that's carved out of the side of the house. And so you'd go in there, and it's sort of a glass-lined light well going down into the center of the downstairs, downstairs ADU. And so that would be on page 28. So if you go 3 pages further along, you'll see the basement plan there.
I've got it.
That glass-lined, you know, light well stairwell coming down into the heart of this little apartment.
Okay, great. And then that's also, you said, acts as a light source for the apartment. So how do you fashion the walls? Are they glass block or something?
Yeah, inside there, you're right. I mean, it's on the very quiet, you know, sort of like side yard, if you will. But it's an inward carved space. You'd be able to look up through there and actually see sky and landscape. And then likewise from the kitchen on the upper left and from the bedroom on the south at the bottom, you'd be able to actually see up and out through small little light wells.
Okay, great. And then could you spend just a moment talking about the roof line? There's been some discussion about it's a flat roof in a mostly pitched roof neighborhood. But did I hear you say something about the edging of the roof line having, is it basically a full right angle, or is there somewhat of a mansard approach to that, or is it truly flat?
Currently, the edge of it is a short little parapet that allows us to put the photovoltaics up there in the flat spot and be net zero. And then ringing that edge is a visor of planted. So if you were to go to page 34 or 36, you would see these shade trellises that again are an integral part of the identity, a garden identity for this place to live. So it's green. It's living, it's lively, and it's soft. The wood palette, the in and out, it's a set of spaces with the warm palette and a living palette, as opposed to some kind of a boxy residence to go inside.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think those are all of my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
Yes, I have a couple landscape questions. Is there any plan to do stormwater management on the site?
I can address that. Yeah, it'll be a tier 3 stormwater management program level. And we're in the conceptual phase now, but the undulations in the land and the sort of the massing of the landscape with the house pushed way, way back. We're used to seeing this sort of, building mass in the center of a lot with leftover remnants around it, right? That aren't very usable spaces. But we have these undulating plain that's going to really, we see so often the stormwater management plan sort of giving the landscape, right? And we'll come in with concepts. Then the site engineer will say that landscaping will work because I need to do this with the stormwater. So we've taken that in mind already, and we can see with our undulations that we've got plenty of room, and with the way that we're planting, that we've got plenty of room to accommodate the amount of water that we're going to need to both detain and to treat.
If staff could take us to page 31, for example, you'd be able to see that landscape plan.
So see those open spaces that there's the golden colored area that's that wraps the corner there is a mix of succulents and grasses, so that we have this movement, this allusion to dunes. And again, with some, we've already got some sort of low spots that are set with beach pebbles and some low spots that are set with sand. And altogether, those spaces will be amenable to having, dry wells, if you will, below percolation, places for infiltration of water, of stormwater. We also have a great area that we can spread it out over, because we'd like to see the recharging of the water table, and of the aquifer. We like to also see that cleaning that comes from the vegetation on the surface of the land. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you. My last question is can you explain a little more what you envision the planting walls, plant material to be, and the irrigation strategy as well?
Irrigation will be by drip. We will have plants that we're going to go hydrozone by hydrozone. We're going to use high efficiency irrigation controllers. Irrigation controllers will have zones that we can turn off once plants are established. So as you see there on the bottom left of this this sheet that we're looking at right now on page 31, that we've got quite a lot of succulents, and then the grasses aren't shown as much there. Think of those succulents sort of inner fingering with drifts of grass. We have some large area of some, we're thinking veld grass, spathulatum, Pennisetum spathulatum. We're thinking also just super low water use things that, again, are high habitat value and low water demand.
Great. Those are my only questions.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
Yeah, can we go back to the basement plan? I would have a couple of questions there. Yes, right there. No, go back. Yeah, right there. What are the blue is ADU, okay, and you get down to that ADU by is that an open or, sorry, is that an open or glassed in circular stairway right there?
There's in the blue corner there is an exterior circular stairway that in essence that allows the light to come through, and that's separate from the stairway that goes down to the storage and laundry for the main house.
Yeah, no, I see a stairway, a circular stairway that comes off the east side of the house and again I'm asking, is that when you walk down the walkway from Shoreline on the east side of the house and you turn to go into that circular stairway, is that a wall right there, or is that an open area in there?
At the basement, it's a retaining wall, but at the ground level, it's an exterior unconditioned space that you go through into. So it's a little entry alcove.
Let me ask it again. If you're on the ground floor, not the basement, the ground floor, you walk on those steps that go along the east side of the house. You approach that circular stairway. As you approach that circular stairway, which is on your left on the house, it is an open, unconditioned space. Is that
yes.
true?
Yes, indeed. Absolutely.
Yeah, let me continue asking questions, please. And I'll ask you yes and no questions.
Yeah.
Go down that stairway to the lower, to the basement ADU. Are they solid walls down there from into the entry where the door is and to the west where the living room is? Is that glass or are those solid walls?
Glass.
That's so you can look up into that stairway from the living room behind the couch.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Okay, then you have a whole area that's to the north of this ADU that has, and I can't read that because it's so small, you have a 400, at least 400 square feet under the existing garage. What is that?
Storage.
That is storage, huh? And then there's a half bath right there?
Yes, and a laundry and a mechanical room.
And a mechanical laundry. Where is the laundry is on the right there, on the east side of the corner right there. Is that the laundry?
Mechanical is in the upper right and the laundry is right in the middle there at the top.
Oh, okay. Mechanical is on the right. Okay. And that is, I've forgotten, forgive me, but basements that are totally enclosed are not part of FAU?
Not part of FAR, correct.
They are, sorry. So, okay. So you have light coming down there into one of the bedrooms and into the kitchen, into clear story on the side of the house. Okay. I know we're not supposed to comment about ADUs, but I just wanted to see where it was located in, and I was questioning all that extra space you have down there. Yeah, I'll save my comment. That's the only question I have. I'll save my comments to that portion of the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. A couple of questions I have. What is the ceiling heights of the basement, the first floor, and the second floor? Mr. Radke.
Yeah, Adam, do you want to cover that? It's
yes, maybe you can go to the section sheet, which is just past this, it could help, but the main, it's an upside down house, as was mentioned, so the living space is on the second floor. That has 10-foot ceilings. If we go down to the floor below that, which is the bedroom level, that has 9-foot 6-inch ceilings, and the basement area, I believe, is 9-foot ceilings.
Thank you. And what is the square footages of the decks that are on the second floor?
That's I don't know if we have that readily at hand. I can do a little quick check. Hold on.
And can you clearly show me where the decks are located? It looks like you, from here,
I guess. Go to the second floor. That would be the one before this.
Yeah.
Then you'll see before the basement.
Right there. So you can see there's kind of like a Z-shaped that faces to the south and the west.
Right.
And then
that's about 730 square feet. The Z-shaped one that's sort of on the view side that sort of snakes around, and then I think the north deck that's north of the kitchen that has the large planter, that's about 280.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then you've got a planter built in there to mitigate the views or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. Are you qualify for the 4-foot setback because you're doing an ADU, or is that not?
The building is 6 feet. So it doesn't need it. An ADU potentially could be 4, but we're not requesting or doing that. The whole building meets all setbacks independent of ADU.
All right, great. Thank you. Those are my only questions. So I'm going to bring it back to the board for comments. Vice Chair Colas, do you have any comments, please?
The future is here. That is my comment. Yes, I will start with comments. So positive comments for the manner and the general manner and conceptual approach to the corner. I like the fact that you've left that open. You've sort of given that back to the neighborhood. I think that's great, along with the relocation of the vehicular access to San Rafael rather than off of Shoreline. I think both those are big positives for the project. I am a little bit concerned about the general massing or the feel of this relative to some of the other homes. I think the exterior elevations are punctuated nicely. I like the interplay of the volumes, and I think you've done a lot to try to reduce the massing or the feel of the massing by doing that, which you're absolutely correct is congruent with our guidelines. But when I look at the silhouette elevations, and I'm not looking at the 45-page document, I'm looking at the 14-page document that I think was was posted online. You know, especially in looking at the houses to the east, because there's, you know, you have 3 1-stories, then you have 3 2-story homes. Those 3 2-story homes all feel a bit more diminutive. And I do think, you know, I think that Mr. Bretlinger alluded to the fact that that might be because we do have sloped roofs. I think that helps to bring the massing down. I think that the house on the corner at San Nicolas is a great example of, you know, it's kind of sea ranchy style architecture. But they've done a nice job of using both sloped and parapet or flat roofs in order to help provide some relief from what feels like a more abrupt elevation. I am concerned about the elevation relative to the easterly neighbor. That feels very tall to me, and I would encourage some restudy of that and trying to figure out whether there can be some more relief for that neighboring parcel, because it just feels very flat along that property line to me. I think the choice of materials are nice from what I'm seeing denoted on here. I feel like it will actually talk to the Sea Ranch home, as I refer to it, on the corner of San Miguel. And I think that the landscaping will speak nicely to that also. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ara Kalian, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I believe that, similar to other board members, I believe there's been a major improvement to the parking location with the location of the proposed garage. I'm also concerned about the flat roof in terms of neighborhood compatibility. I appreciate the applicant's presentation on other properties on Shoreline, and similar to those photos that I've seen and driving by the property, I would be interested if the applicant can study a combination of a pitched and a flat roof design. I believe the step back upper massing along the west and south elevations, I believe they're great. I believe it's aesthetically appropriate. I believe the color palette proposed from the exterior elevations, the earth tones, are aesthetically appropriate. Would be interested in seeing a material board, or color board. I mean, I'm on sheet A2.2 of the plan set. Would like to go there.
Apologies, can you repeat which page you would like me to navigate to?
2.2, please.
Is that
it's sheet 9 of the 13-page drawing set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, perhaps 10. There we go.
So thank you. So I appreciate the square footage listed. Square footage is listed here. So I'm seeing 280 square feet at the north outdoor deck, and then 732 square feet the front outdoor deck. I believe there needs to be a reduction of some kind, and maybe a study of how those can be reduced to some degree. They're very visible from street view, and I mean, the magnitude of the project is, I mean, I'm just feeling it from the renderings, so I appreciate the applicant providing those. But I would be interested in hearing what other board members would have to say, particularly the outdoor deck at the north, if there could. I appreciate the applicant with the planters as screening, but I believe there should be more of a reduction there. I believe the garage door, similar to, I believe the garage door should have lights only on the top row. There was a public comment about the dune fencing proposed. I believe in, I mean, I understand the inspiration. I mean, for neighborhood compatibility, I believe an alternate style should be studied there. And I would be in support of having story poles as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Brentlinger, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I think, although mostly I agree with what has been said before, I think that there's, it's a very interesting design. I really applaud the reorientation of the garage onto San Rafael, which by virtue of doing that also got rid of the CMU wall, which in itself I think is a neighborhood improvement. And I think it does enhance the neighborhood experience, the way the landscaping has been done right on a very public corner by the park. I think it will really add to the neighborhood's appreciation of just moving around that part of the neighborhood. I'm struggling as well with some of the massing and the flat roof and the vertical lines. It does give it a very modern look, and there's nothing wrong with that in my mind. It's just it's probably just it's more noticeable given the homes immediately adjoining it. And so I have no suggestions for how to change it, unfortunately. Without compromising your plan, but I guess I would encourage you to take a look at different ways to soften the massing is what it gets down to. All that said, I think there are a lot of good points to it. I do think, one other thing, that the safety factor that was brought up by, I think it was Mr. Ficker, about reorienting the driveway off of Shoreline is also a positive. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I agree that the site planning is done really well and it's an upgrade to the site. The size, bulk, and scale, I think, also works within the site. Quality materials are being used, and the landscape selections and design fits the neighborhood well. I appreciate, using the inspiration of the architecture and the neighborhood for the dune fencing, but I would have to agree that it feels better and doesn't really need a fence in that area for a pedestrian walking by. I think scale-wise, you don't really need that. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Multisha, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I think you've done as far as our guidelines, done a great job of reorientating the house. Garage, car, or driveway on San Rafael's great. You've really done some creative a very creative floor plan here by placing bedrooms where they are on the first floor, and the living part of the house on the second floor. But I think you failed in one thing, is the fact that we started this single family design board because of a few houses down the street to the east that were overbuilt, too large for the lots. And I'm not saying this, the size, bulk, and scale is pretty appropriate for this lot, but on the there, and again, you've done some great designing of floor plan here, and in order to get a ADU and a junior ADU and a residence in the house. But I think the one thing that this house could be benefited from is lowering the plate heights, because I think this house, even though it is set back because it has two front yards, it is set back, it is too tall. It's too tall for the neighborhood. And the other houses, especially on two single-story houses, you got two single-story houses in the back to the north, and you've got I think our guidelines would be followed better if we lowered the plate heights. Since you have massive plate heights, you have a 10-foot ceiling, a 9'6" ceiling on the first floor, and evidently probably an 8 foot down in the basement.
It's 9 feet in the basement.
9 feet in the basement.
Yep.
Well, that's down to God knows where. But above ground, I think that this house could benefit from, the neighborhood could benefit, and the size, bulk, and scale could benefit if the plate heights were brought down. There's no reason why we have to have a 10-foot ceiling in that second story. That could be brought down to 9 feet. And there's no reason for a 9'6" in the first floor. This house is just, it's a house with a design that spreads the rooms out, and you have to go from one room to another room to get to places, rather than having a more consolidated unit. And I see this house, when you have maybe 600 or 700 square feet of storage space in the basement, And I see this house just expanding into that basement too, because a question is that elevator goes all 3 floors. Is that true? Somebody answered that.
Yes,
Yes,
true.
yes, it does.
Sorry. I thought you could see. True, definitely.
But the stairway only goes from the 1st to the 2nd floor. And you've got some,
No, the stairway goes all 3 levels as well.
all 3 levels as well. I see a boarding house here. I don't see a junior, and I'm sorry, we're not supposed to comment on junior ADUs and senior ADUs, but I'm sorry. I think this house is, and again, you've done a wonderful job of designing it, but it's too big for and the ceiling heights are way too big. At least a foot, each one is at least a foot too high. And you got bathrooms, and your entrance looks like a hotel gallery, because it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 10 feet across. Your entrance is almost 10 feet by 10 feet, if not bigger. I can't support it though, the way it's, the size of it. I think you could, and again, you've kept it down to 8'5" or 85%, because you have designed it in a great way, in a very unique way. But the ceilings, I can say, hey, the size and bulk should be brought down by bringing the ceiling heights down, making it more compatible with the corner, with the wonderful corner that you've given to the neighborhood, and bring that and you did bring that parking over, which is a fantastic idea of the 2 front yards. But you could also give your neighbors to the back more, tweak it a little bit and bring it to the west a little bit, give him a better view, make it more compatible with the neighborhood. I just, it's ceiling heights. That's my biggest problem. I can't support it with these ceiling heights that big, that tall. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, to follow up on Mr. Motisha, I was looking at our decks, and if you look at our good neighbor guidelines, section 35.2.4, says setback upper story decks or balconies over 20 square feet to be at least 15 feet from the interior lot lines when possible. And that's just a recommendation. It's not a requirement. And I'm looking at your decks, so I can't support the huge decks, especially how close they are to the adjacent properties. I'm also in agreement that the plate heights based on the existing neighborhood dynamic are way too tall. And Mr. Motisha brought up the point that this board was created from the Mesa for the houses being built that were like towering over adjacent houses. And granted, the existing houses are these dinky little 1-car garage. It's amazing that that development ever got built in that area, but it, so it's evolving, which is appropriate. So I agree that the plate height should be lowered. I think 8 feet for the basement, 9 feet for the main floor, and 9 feet for the second floor would be appropriate in this particular context of the neighborhood. I can't support the large decks. I do love the way you've got the house located to open up that corner, which is really great. And the 0 footprint regarding the flat roof is a great idea and approach. However, we also have a guideline where most neighborhoods possess examples of distinctive architecture, and these neighborhood structures and additions should present a harmonious character with the particular surrounding neighborhood, avoiding a clashing or discordant appearance. Structure elements should be consistent with the best elements that distinguish the particular neighborhood where they are proposed. And these elements do include, or not limited to, size, scale, roof lines, textures, colors, and materials. So with that being in mind, I don't see this house really compatible with its surrounding homes. And I think there should be a little more study and a little more sympathy with the adjacent homes as best as you can, considering the houses surrounding you are what they are. I know you brought some, Board Member Kloss brought up the fact that those other houses that are 2 stories don't seem so bulky, partly because of the sloping roofs. So I think somehow that's got to be integrated into this so it softens the size and bulk. And I think if you added that kind of element to the roofs and if you lowered the plate heights, I think that would help quite a bit. It's technically a triplex. It's a huge house. And the 85% FAR only reflects the main house. So you don't have to include the ADU, nor do you include the basement. So your FAR, if those were included, would be huge. So that's something also, that's the way it is. So, but like I said, I think if you lowered the plate heights, you need to reduce those decks considerably based on privacy issues in our guidelines. And the roof line needs to be worked on a little bit as well. And those are my only comments. And they're only here for feedback. They're not here for a motion. So with that being said, I think, I don't know what next to do. Where's our, I can't remember her name.
We're looking for Pilar or somebody from staff to help Mr.
Yes, Brian's failing.
To help Mr. Miller out. We're all getting low on blood sugar here. So if you can provide our chairperson with some guidance, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Miller. And then Ms. Arciniega, I see has her camera on if she'd like to add anything to show what she's looking for. This is here for a one-time pre-application consultation. So yes, we're just looking for comments on the design, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Arciniega.
I was going to say the same thing. So we're looking for comments to pass on to the applicant. They're non-binding because it is a one-time concept review, but this informs the applicant for them to work on their application.
Well, I've blabbed enough and my blood sugar is down, so I'm not saying anymore.
So have we provided you with adequate comments, or are you looking for a summary of comments? That's a question for staff.
Thank you, Board Member Kloss. It's up to the board's discretion. I think each board member has given quite a bit of feedback. If you'd like to do a summary of comments, that's fine as well. To be more succinct, if that's your preference.
Chair Miller, I will defer to you.
Well, it says plan review. This is one-time pre-application. Even my mouth is getting dry. No final. Well, you know what, Ms. Kloss, you're brilliant at summarizing. Why don't you do that?
Thank you.
Okay, I was hoping we would forgo that. But, okay, so I'll rattle off a few comments, and then if anybody from the board wants to add a couple, we'll see if we can get through this real quickly because I know we're going really late. The board appreciates the reorientation of the driveway to San Rafael Road. The board appreciates the general site planning approach, which opens up the corner at San Rafael and Shoreline, or on the southwest corner of the lot, to the public. The board is concerned about the general massing and feel of bulkiness of the project. Some recommendations for consideration would be reduction in square footage of decks, reduction in plate heights for one or more stories. The board would like to see more compatibility with the neighborhood in terms of exterior finishes and possibly the nature of the roof. In other words, introducing sloped roofs.
Sounds good to me.
And I'd like to
yes,
add something to that.
Okay.
I made a comment earlier that it seemed like a rooming house to me with a, sorry, I'm forgetting I'm just supposed to add to that.
That's just a, yeah.
I think some ideas should put in We got an elevator and stairways to go to all 3 floors. Not necessary. Not necessary. I mean,
So possibly the reduction in vertical circulation between floors could help to minimize the square footage and bulk of the project.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you. But I see things, this house is gonna quack. Like a duck.
No.
Sorry, I had to say that.
No, you don't. All right, thank you. I think that's great. Is that enough?
I have one more.
Oh, you do? Okay, yes.
Restudy the fencing. The board is generally not supportive of the dune fencing.
Thank you, Mr. Arakian, you're right. Thank you, I forgot that.
Okay, can we move on? Thank
Yes,
you very much.
that's it. Chair Miller, there's no formal motion, so we'll just use those comments. Thank you, and we can move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you all very much for your tenacity and patience and service. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. You're a good designer. I look forward to seeing your new approach. Okay, we're on to item 4. Do we need a break?
No.
Okay, item 4, 316 Vista de la Cumbra. This is a new item for project design approval. Proposal to construct a 135 square foot first floor addition and a 449 square foot second floor addition to an existing 2013 square foot single story single unit resident with an attached 2-car garage. A 195 square foot detached accessory dwelling unit is also located on site. The proposed total of 2,794 square feet on a 10,130 square foot lot is 75% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. Project design approval is requested. Neighborhood preservation findings are required. Do we have a representative for this project?
Yes, we do, Chair Miller, and it's noted in the project description, but I do want to clarify the accessory dwelling unit is existing and permitted on site. So we're just here to look at the proposed additions.
Okay.
And then I'll turn it over to the applicant, Ms. Cinco.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hi, it tells me I have a video error, but can you all see me?
Yes, I can see you fine.
Yes. Okay, great. I'm Kim Cinco with Baseline Design, so I will present, and I think I can be pretty quick here. Thank you all so much for your time. So this is a project at 316 Vista de la Cumbra. It's a proposal for an addition to an existing single-story ranch-style home in the East San Roque neighborhood. The current house is 1661 net square feet, plus an attached garage for a total existing structure of 2,013 square feet. And there's also a detached ADU on the lot that was just mentioned. That's 195 square feet. So that was an accessory structure. And at the end of last year, they permitted that to convert it to an ADU. And that conversion is underway. So this proposed addition is primarily a 2nd-story main bedroom suite, 449 net square feet, plus a deck. The proposal also includes 137 square feet at the ground level to accommodate and give access to that upper level addition. The owners are a young couple. They moved here at the beginning of the pandemic, 2 boys and a dog. The wife grew up in Santa Barbara, still has family here, and the husband's family just actually moved here as well. So this is their forever home. And the goal of the addition is to give them some more living area. They have found the neighborhood to be really welcoming and tightly knit. As I mentioned, they went through permitting late last year for the ADU with neighbor support. They've talked to some of the closest neighbors about this and gotten support for it as well. So one of their main goals in this design was really neighborhood consideration, and that really drove a lot of the proposal. If you can first just zoom into that vicinity map on the right, I will show you the lot. Thank you. So you can see it's a unique corner lot with a lot of street frontage. The front is on the north side, and there's a side yard or a secondary front along the west. It's also a heavily visually screened lot, and you'll see that more in some later sheets. You could zoom out and just go to the next sheet, please. So this shows the neighborhood. There's a key at the bottom. Basically, the upper half of the sheet shows homes on the same side of the street as them, and their property is dashed in the upper right corner. And the lower half shows homes across the street. So there's a cohesive neighborhood fabric, though not a single predominant style or form. It's a combination of single and double-story homes. About a third in this study area are two-story. And of the single-story homes, many are raised significantly from street level. In terms of massing and roof lines, there are a lot of gabled roofs with quite different configurations of primary volumes and secondary side gabled volumes. There are also hip roofs. There's quite a variety in roof slope and in articulating forms and features, such as dormers, some bay windows, front porches and entries, and also numerous detached garages and structures. Materially, the neighborhood is a mix of stucco homes and siding in different orientations. There's generally a neutral palette, tans and beiges, also some yellows and peaches, and also some grays and blues. Windows are expressed in different ways. There's a mix of white and black frames and articulation in different ways in terms of features such as mullions and muntins, shutters, bay windows, arched transoms, etc. So if you go to the next sheet, we can look at the house itself. So that top row is the house as viewed from the street. As I mentioned, it's quite visually screened with a 5-foot stucco perimeter wall and lush landscaping, including hedges and mature trees. It's most visible from the garage side, so that upper left image. The upper middle image shows the entry, and the upper right shows the west side, which is quite shielded. You can just see a corner of that detached ADU. And then the other photos on here show closer in from within the perimeter wall, so closer into the garage. Then the image in the middle is the front. The one on the right is the side yard, west side. And then below is the south side, so more of a private courtyard. And then the last image shows the east side. So at the east and south sides where there are adjacent parcels, this is sunk down from its neighbors with retaining walls on either side. So you could flip to the next page, please. Okay, so here is the site plan. The dashed line shows the area of the proposed addition. We went through really quite extensive schematic design to think about where we could place this. There was obviously some economy in placing it right over the garage, which would have been farther to the right. And ultimately, this is where we landed, the garage being the one place that would be more visible from the street or from the neighbors. So if you go to the next sheet, you'll see the proposed site plan. So tried to place it really centrally in the lot, pulled significantly back from property lines and setbacks, and have windows and usable areas. So the deck that's at the north there and that wraps to the west on the street facing sides of the property. You can click to the next, please. So these are site sections to show you more about the context and the topography. So the one on the bottom is looking south. So you're looking at the front of the house. You can see the property line on the left has significant retaining. It's set down from its neighbor. And then the property line on the right is street facing, and you can see across the street, the topography slopes up. Likewise, the top section, which is looking west, shows that at the back, so page left side, where there's an adjacent neighbor, this property is set down with some retaining. And then at the right side, where it's street facing across the street, it slopes up. Dashed in are the solar access and the height limits, and you can see we're well below both. So you could go ahead and flip to the next page. I will walk you through plans and elevations. So this is the existing ground floor plan. And that dashed line is the area of work, essentially taking that left wall, and we're proposing to bump it out 5'4" to the west to accommodate the addition above and make some interior modifications to add a stair to get up there. So if you go to page 11 of the PDF, that will have the proposed plan. So this shows the proposed plan. You can see the new interior stair to get up, and then that 5'4" bump out to the left. So that also lets us bring an exterior stair on the south, so page bottom side, up to what is proposed to be a new deck above. To look at the next plan before and after, if you start on page 8, please, of the PDF. It's just to see the existing roof plan with the area of work. And then page 12 will show our proposal. So main bedroom suite, shifted off the deck. So where we had that 5'4" bump out at the lower level, we're stepping this second story in so that we don't have a double height wall from the yard. You could click to the next plan just to see the new upper roof. So then to look at elevations, if you start on page 9, please. So these are the north and south existing elevations. The bottom one is the front. The upper one is the south. So that's where that more private courtyard was. And then page 14 shows our proposal. So on the bottom north elevation, you can see the new addition, basically in the upper right. Main goals are to complement and enhance the original house, but also differentiate it slightly, let the main house still remain primary. So use enough similar forms and similar palette, but slightly differentiate to maintain an appropriate sense of scale and let the main house still remain primary. To see the other elevations, if you could go to page 10, please. So these are the west and east. So the lower one, which is the west elevation, is the wall that we're proposing to bump out. So essentially bring 5 feet toward us. And then the proposed elevations would be sheet 15, please. So on the bottom, that's the new west elevation. So you can see that exterior deck stair that brings you up to the new proposed deck. And then on the upper east elevation, you see the addition beyond. So then lastly, you can go to the next and last sheet for some 3D views. These are not intended to be all exactly correct details, but give an overview. So the ones on the right show aerial views from a couple different sides. And then the ones on the left are more ground level views from within the yard. And that is all we've got, and open for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Plummer, did we get any public comment?
Thank you, Chair Miller. And for anyone in the audience currently attending, if you'd like to voice any public comment on this particular item, you can do so by clicking the raise your hand icon. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. And at this time, Chair Miller, I do not see any hands raised. Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item, and I do not see any hands raised, so I'll hand it back to the board.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for questions. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any questions, please?
Yes. When do I get to eat dinner? Okay. I'm trying to understand what is driving the forms of the windows on the addition and or the orientation of the gable on the addition. So perhaps if you could speak to that, that would be helpful.
Sure. Let me see. Maybe the best sheet, maybe go to 16, the 3D views. See if I think, yeah. So I'll start with the forms of the gable. We did look at some different roof slopes, and I would say in diagram, the idea was to keep the main house east-west bar as primary and have the new addition relate to that ground level side gabled volume. So that's the entrance in. So rather than have it look like a fully 2-story house with just one separate grand gabled entry, we were trying to have the new side gable and the existing side gable relate in form. We looked at roofs of different slopes. We looked at orienting it the other way, and it felt like too tacked on, too much an additional element. So we were trying to work with kind of the geometry and forms that were already there. Shall I talk to windows a bit, or you may have follow-up questions?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, so windows, I mean, the primary thing here is this face, the north face, because that's really where they have great views. So this was an effort to just have a lot of windows out and give them those higher transom windows just to look up. That's where they'll see really good mountain views. So, and we studied more windows, bringing it all the way down to the ground, but we ended up with this kind of thinking this sill height siding. So more of a standard starting height for the windows, and then just having the height of the windows, and especially the clerestory ones, really for views is the main driving factor.
Okay. And you're proposing a wood siding. It looks like you have sort of a maybe a wood band for the transition between the second floor and the first floor. Is that right?
Correct. So that band would be painted white band. For the siding, we don't know exactly what it is. So we're currently thinking, we're calling it a wood siding, and we're currently thinking it's either an opaque stained wood. So it's kind of natural wood, but a little bit more monotone and towards painted color. Possibly in one of these treated woods, Akoya or Kebony, that kind of thing. Trying to have it be in the same palette as the color of the stucco, but slightly differentiated. So yeah, I would say a warm wood and a little bit more on the opaque stain side.
Okay. And I have one last question. Is there a reason that you decided to go with a clipped eave and rake condition as opposed to matching the existing house? From what I see on the drawings, it looks like the existing house has maybe a 1 foot, maybe a 16-inch overhang on the rakes and the eave conditions.
Yeah, that's right. And the existing condition does vary. It's, I think, between 8 and 12 inches. I think there's one spot where it might even be up to 14 inches. So we did do that purposely. We tried it matching the eave condition. It looked a little bit like too many houses. It looked a little bit too matching. So I'm not opposed to it if that's something that you would want to study or would want to see studies of. But we did actually, we started there and it ended up thinking in the spirit of this looking similar in form, but actually having a slightly different treatment. This is what felt good.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Board Member Arkalian, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Board Member Brettenlier, do you have any questions, please?
No, I don't actually. Thank you.
All right, Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
No, I'll save them for my comments.
Yeah, I have one question. What's the plate height of this second story addition?
8 feet.
Okay. And is it a volume ceiling? Well, of course, you've got the windows, right?
Yep.
All right, great. Bring it back to the board for comments. Board Member Kalas, Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I'm concerned about how this just, it feels like an addition. I feel like part of what the applicant has tried to avoid is unavoidable in terms of the way it's been placed on the existing home. And I'm trying to provide some comments or direction that might help it settle into the house a little bit more. So I would like to see an even rate condition that matches the existing house. I think that if I understand the desire for the northerly views, because those are their mountain views most likely. And what I'm going to suggest is not necessarily going to support that, but I'm just going to throw it out there. If the roof line were turned 90 degrees, so it furthered the principal gable on the house, and if either the plate was brought down maybe to 7 feet, knowing that you have cathedral ceilings in there or vaulted ceilings, and or if the eave was extended over the deck that you have on the north side of the house, I feel like visually that would help drop the roof line, and it would help that addition settle into the house more and feel a little bit less like this sort of top hat. I'm concerned about the window location that we see on the north elevation on sheet A 4.01. It's in a bit of an awkward location because structurally we would assume that there's some sort of I know that one wall up above is set back, but visually our minds would want to see mass below that wall line because our brains know that matter has to sit on top of matter most of the time. And there's gravitational loads there. So I would encourage some restudy of the fenestration on the first floor below the second floor addition on the north elevation.
Can we go to that sheet? I think that's 14 on the PDF. Okay,
yeah,
so
the lower elevation for steps.
Are you talking about the north or the south?
It's the north elevation, first
north
floor.
elevation. Mm-hmm.
There's 2 windows. One of them almost looks like it's slammed right up against the mast where the gable end is facing us.
Mm-hmm.
And then the window that's on the right, it sort of centers itself almost on the exterior wall above.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels a little bit awkward that way.
I see what you're saying, that like you visually see the load path coming down centered
right on
over
top
window.
of the window.
Weird.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And
so it's that it's that bottom level window study that you would want to see, not the upper level ones. I see. Okay.
Yeah. Although now that you've opened that Pandora's box, I am concerned about the introduction of the clear story windows because I feel like they're pretty divergent from the nature of the existing home. I think the wood siding could be successful if the color palette was right, but I also wouldn't have a problem with just matching the existing siding for the house.
Mm-hmm.
And those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Arakelian, do you have any comments, please?
I do. It's similar. I keep looking at the renderings. I'm also on 39 TS and 41 TS of our guidelines, and I feel like the massing is the proposed addition feels unbalanced. I feel like some improvements can be made. I appreciate Vice Chair Colossus' ideas. It does feel like a top hat. The window placement feels awkward, and I believe the clear story windows does not seem to be compatible. I understand the intention of the applicant or of the owners to have those, but I'm struggling with those being added. Those are my comments. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Board Member Brentlinger, do you have any comments, please?
I do, and they are along the same vein. For some reason, the description of a top hat struck me as well, so I'm going to enter that into the architectural dictionary as a term. But I think it does revolve around the integration of the second story addition into the rest of the house in a way that is a little smoother. I would agree is a mixture of perhaps a study of that fenestration just on the first floor below the addition. But I would add to that the use of materials. I like different kinds of materials to be used, but one possible suggestion here is to extend the wooden siding used on the addition down below it onto the first floor, so that there's some relationship in common between the addition and the original house. And that's not the single answer to it. It's just a suggestion to look at. But I think fundamentally there needs to be some closer integration of the addition to the main house. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
I agree with the rest of the board. I think the massing needs to be studied further, as well as the window placement. But the clear story I understand is desirable, and I don't have a problem with that. I just feel that the massing and the general feel of the addition should match more of what's existing as far as the size and scale and shapes and materials.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
Yes. At one time, 1954, these houses were all built between State Street, Foothill, Alomar, and Cali-Lorales. One big, huge, well, maybe two huge tracks. They all look the same. Now they all look different because half of them have been added to, remodeled, done this, done that, and that's way before this single family design board came along. And if you drive through that area between State, Foothill, Alomar, and Cali-Lorales, you will see examples of this. You will see good examples of additions because they were really put a lot of effort into designing them and making them what we are suggesting today. This house, you can see an example of this house, if you built it exactly like this, in several places in that area. And they look like somebody added top hat to a house, to a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. That's what this was before, and a single car garage. Well, this one happened to have a 2-car garage. But as Board Member Colossus first started, I would like to follow in her footsteps. The roof on this addition needs to look like the roof on the rest of the house. The addition of the horizontal member between the first and second floor does not fit here. The clear story windows do not fit because it makes it look like just an object you put on top of this house. I won't comment about the orientation. The orientation is probably pretty good. I don't mind the size, bulk, and scale of it, especially the scale, size, bulk, and especially the scale. But it needs to be tweaked, and the windows need to be. And we should bring a lot of the material that are adding to the, if you want to use that material on a second floor addition, bring some of that material down into the first floor and incorporate it. So you tie the two areas together. That has been mentioned. And like I said, the clear stories don't work. They don't match the house, and they could match the house if you made the roof more like the roof down below. And it needs to be tweaked. And I think all of us have just come up with some different ideas of what you could do to massage the secondary addition to make it fit like a lot of other houses in the neighborhood. You drive around and you will see ones that are just like this, and there are ones that are just like this, but they're excellent. And they need to be, this one needs to be tweaked because I would like to see it in front of you again with some massaging. That's the word I use, to make it fit. I was born a block away from there, and my dad built a custom built house. And I've watched these houses being built. 1954. Yep. That's my comments.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting. I get you're coming from trying to make a contrast with the addition with the existing, but I kind of come with a school of trying to match it so it doesn't look like an addition. And I think what you're hearing from the board is they're kind of all in that same kind of mindset of trying to make the addition not look like an addition, but like it was always part of the house. So I think that's kind of the approach you're going to probably take to make this board a little happier in terms of having this addition blend in with the existing home, because you're introducing elements here that are not a part of the existing home. And granted, your philosophy is to make a contrast, but I think it doesn't work. I think it's not successful. It's a conflict. It's not a contrast. It's more of a conflict. And so I think if you tried to match what's there already, and kind of, so it all has the same kind of feel to it. And there's a few things that I find a little awkward too. When you look at your north elevation, with that balcony off to the right and the windows underneath, and then you have the addition kind of shoved over to the left, like it was pushed over. It looks uncomfortable. It's like, it's not comfortable. I don't know how else to say it. It just, somehow it doesn't.
Didn't put the bow tie on right.
Something like that, yes.
Right there, right where that roof comes down and the addition is right above it, and the windows don't match. It looked like the bow tie didn't match the tuxedo.
Okay, well, whatever that is. You got food to chew on there, I guess is the thing to say.
May I know we'll be quick. So
yes.
is it correct to interpret? So, okay. When we were looking at this, we found kind of a trade-off with the massing and sense of scale and bulk. Yeah. That was trading off with having it look integrated with the house. And so it seems like maybe we need the alternate approach. So we were following some of the guidelines where it was about maintaining the primacy of the existing volume and trying to make this look secondary, which I think help it look appropriate in mass and scale.
Well, if I could interrupt you, you've got two things kind of collapsed here: size, bulk, and scale, and the matching style of what you're doing. I'd say this bulk and scale works, but the introduction of the clear story windows, you know, that's a new element that's not familiar with the existing house. And then on the other side, you've got those slats, which is a completely new element that's not with the new house either. In fact, if you look at the gable end at the right side of the house, it's blank. Then you have the paneling and the slats. It's completely different. Now, there is the argument, I've heard this, where a house tells a story and then, you know, they add to it. So there's little changes as they add to it. But in this case, it's a little too much. It's just a little too crazy. It's got to be a little more. So it's not like the size and bulk is fine. It's just the elements that you've added are not quite
integrated. Exactly.
They don't. They're like I said, they're fighting with each other as opposed to dancing with each other. The bow tie isn't tied right. Is that right, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, I think we're done with our talking. They're here for, what are you here for? You're here for.
Chair Miller, they are technically ready for project design approval, but I know the board has some feedback that they want the applicant to study. So you are able to continue it for an additional review for the applicant to study your comments. We just need a motion relaying your comments to the applicant. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can someone entertain a motion, please?
I can.
Okay, great.
I would like to make a motion for this project to return to the full board indefinitely with the following comments. The board generally believes that the massing of the addition can be improved. The placement of the windows feel unbalanced and can be improved. And for the applicant to study having eaves to be more harmonious with the existing residents. And would like to ask the board if they have any other comments that I missed.
Well, if I can make some suggestions, I wouldn't use the word improved. I would say use the word to be more compatible with the existing structure.
Okay.
And then the other comment you said, what was the other one about the eaves? You said the roofs should be more harmonious. Is that what you said?
It was around the eaves.
Yeah, there was some. We want to avoid saying something's wrong here. It's nothing. There's nothing right or wrong here. It's just that our observations are that the eaves that the eaves should match what's existing. Is sort of what you want to say, right?
That's fine, Chair Miller.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want to make sure the architect's clear what to work with.
I think let me add something too, may I?
Sure.
Fascias around the house should match. Some of the fascias on the upper addition are the way it's designed are much bigger and the roof should match the lower roof and the fascias should match.
Well,
I'll stop.
I'll let the architect do that. I apologize, Board Member Arakelian. Continue with your motion.
That was all I had. I was just asking the board if they have anything else to add.
Oh, okay.
I'll second that motion, and then I'd like to add one or two things.
Sure.
That I think the other members of the board mentioned. I'd like to ask the maker of the motion if it's acceptable to add a comment related to the exterior finish materials and the desire to have the applicant study whether introducing the same material that's proposed for the second floor in some manner on the first floor, or alternatively having the second floor addition match the exterior finishes of the first floor, if that's acceptable, Mr. Arakelian.
Sounds good. Yes.
I think that's the only comment I have, actually.
Did we have a second for the motion yet?
I will second.
I was the second.
Okay. All
So
right.
I'll re-second that
Okay,
now that
thank-
he's accepted.
I didn't second, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Plummer, can you read the motion, please, so we know what we're voting for?
Sure, and Ms. Fennessy, if you can go ahead and read back the motion as it's currently in draft form. Thank you.
Thank you. I have continued indefinitely to the full board with comments. The massing of the addition should be compatible. Placement of the windows feel unbalanced and can be incompatible. The applicant shall study the eaves to match the existing residence. The exterior finishes materials in which the applicant shall study introducing some material being proposed on the first floor or the second floor addition to match the first floor.
All right, thank you. Does that sound acceptable to the maker of the motion?
Yes.
And to the seconder?
Yes.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member Ara Kellyan,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, looking forward to seeing your design when you come back.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, item 5, 1510 Santa Rosa Avenue. It's a continued item. Project design approval and final approval is requested. Proposal to demolish a detached 400 square foot 2-car carport, construct a new 804 square foot basement, new detached 454 square foot 2-car garage, and new 783 square foot accessory dwelling unit above the garage. The project includes a new 300 square foot deck for the new ADU, a new 350 square foot deck above existing family room for the primary residence, and the enclosure of a 33 square foot breezeway for the new habitable space. The proposed total of 3,567 square feet on a 13,503 square foot lot is 86% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. Project design approval and final approval is requested. Neighborhood preservation findings are required. Project was last reviewed January 18th, 2022. Do we have minutes to read into the record?
Yes, we do, Chair Miller. Ms. Riedel, if you can just pull up the minutes. Thank you.
Vice Chair Kalas, if you'd like to read them into the record, that'd be great.
Okay. On January 18th of 2022, the motion was made to continue this project indefinitely to the full board with the following comments. The ceilings of the ADU shall be brought down from 8'6" to 8'6" or 8 foot. The applicant shall explain the solar access more openly and provide it on drawings to aid the neighbors. The applicant shall show the chimney height and location and specify the type of fireplace used to support the chimney. The motion was made by Mr. Motisha, seconded by Mr. Brentlinger, and the motion passed 4-0 with Kalas and Ara Kellyan being absent.
Okay, I guess my question is, have you two reviewed the videos of the project?
I did not review the videos. I have looked at the minutes and I have looked at the drawings.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Ara Kellyan, have you? Where'd you go?
Hi. I have reviewed the previous the previous recording and the motion as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do we have a representative for the project?
Yes, Chair Miller. We do. Mr. Mansfield is the architect for the project. And Mr. Mansfield, if you can turn on your video and audio.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
And we just need
but
to see you.
no
We can't
video,
see you
huh?
quite yet.
Oh, here's start video. There we go. I got you. All right. Greetings, board members, and greetings, Chair Miller. So, yes, when we were here last, we pretty much reviewed our proposed project. And if you want, we'll try to make this brief. I know you guys have been here for quite some time. And if you want me to go right directly to addressing the items that you...
Yes, that would be preferable. Yes.
Great. If we could go to sheet A102, please. And so what we've done here now is we, at the previous set of drawings that we presented had a proposed fireplace located on the upper deck, the new deck that you see directly in the middle of the page. And we've decided we're going to omit that altogether. It was the idea of having a fireplace, outdoor fireplace up there was, you know, wasn't really etched in stone to begin with. But since we would have to deal with chimney heights and so on and so forth, it's not going to work for us now. We were also asked to add a dimension from the edge of the proposed ADU to the existing fireplace below in the family room that you can see there, that rectangle with a smaller rectangle in the center of it. We had discussed at our last meeting that fireplace, the existing fireplace below, is not used for combustible materials. It's what they have in there is they have lava rock, and they just turn, you know, it's for aesthetics more than anything else. So we just want to leave it the way it is today. And there was a ruling, or not a ruling, but a parameter that we needed to be at least 10 feet away from the existing chimney. As you see in the drawing here, you can see a dimension of 10'7". So that was one of the items that we wanted to make sure that we presented to you on the drawings this time around. And that basically was it for that item. So the bottom line is no outdoor, no fireplace on the upper deck. Just do away with it altogether.
This is, sorry.
Yes.
3, that's, the fireplace is gone. Where it says 3.
Fireplace is gone.
Where it says 3, it has a 3 on it.
No, it says there's a 12 next to it. If you look right at the very center of the drawing where you see that rectangle, it says new deck.
Right.
And then
you didn't need the 10'7" dimension because you don't have the fireplace there anymore.
correct, but we just wanted to make sure that the existing fireplace chimney was indeed 10 feet away from the proposed.
The existing, sorry to interrupt you. But
that's all right. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear.
Yeah, the existing is where the other one was. They were right together.
Correct.
I'd forgotten.
Okay. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I should have made that clear.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so anyway, that addresses that particular item. Now there was, I don't have the list in front of me. I forgot what the other items were.
Plate height. What did
I'm sorry, plate height. So if you go to sheet, let's go to sheet, A202, elevation sheet A202. And if you zoom into the upper left corner, the best way of showing you that we lowered the whole ADU, we lowered it by 6 inches, as we had discussed in our last meeting. There you go. And it used to be, if you see that dimension on the far left of 20 feet, it used to be 20'6". And how you can tell we lowered it again is that you'll notice that the solar access zone in our previous design, we were butting up right up against the 30-degree dashed line. and we dropped it down 6 inches. So that now we're hoping that we can still maintain 8'6" ceiling height. Our structural engineers trying to work his magic to see if that can happen with the limitation on the overall height. So that's what we've done there. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
Perfect.
great.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right.
I believe that was it. Is that correct, Pilar?
Well, yeah, that was it as far as the actual design of the structure goes. Now, if we go to our last item, which is, if we go to A003, which is sheet 9 of 10. And let's see if we can make sense of this so that you can all see it. And perhaps what we should do is let's zoom into the very top two right plans there. Yeah, right there. If you can zoom into those two somehow, that'd be fantastic. Okay, so what we have is on the left-hand side, what we're showing is well, first of all, let me explain, and I'm sure you folks know this, that there's a process, a formula that you generate to make these shadow plans, and there's a date and a time that you use, which is winter solstice, which is the most prominent of shadows going north. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, just so everybody's on the same page here. And what I've done is I wanted to show the 3 different time zones of the day on December 21st, 2021, which is winter solstice, and show you with the trees layer turned off on this rendering and the tree layer turned on, so that you can differentiate from how much of the shadow from the actual ADU is protruding into the neighbor's property, and then what it looks like when you have the trees on. Are you following me on that? And the reason why I'm trying to do that is because I just want it to be clear that our design is not, it's not encroaching into the back neighbor's property any more than the trees do without the ADU there at all. Okay, I wanted to make sure that that was real clear.
Okay.
And by the rules of the shadow plans, and if you go, if you go up 1 page to 8 of 10, 1 page up to 8 of 10. There you go. There's your directions. And I believe in here, these directions, it says that no shadow is allowed to touch the neighbor's building, structure, home. Is that correct? Am I to understand that's correct?
I don't think that involves trees, though.
No, it doesn't involve trees. It involves what your design is doing. So if you design something that's too close to the neighbor's home next door.
Oh yeah, it's a solar. The line diagram you showed on your elevations is sufficient for us.
Good.
I love
great.
I love your diagram though. That was cool.
Well, thanks. If we can go back to 9 of 10, please.
And apologies, Chair Miller. I just want to clarify that this project has been deemed complete and was reviewed for compliance with the solar ordinance, and it does comply with it, and it's demonstrated with that on the plans. Thank you.
Okay, that's all we really need to know, Mr. Mansfield. We're all good.
Great, fantastic. Now, if you go to 10 of 10, this will be the last quick run through. We were asked, Pilar, I believe, asked us to put together some sort of a finished, plan, so on and so forth. This is what we have here. And it's pretty straightforward, and under each photo, we try to make it as clear as we could as to what the materials are and so on and so forth.
Okay.
And that's that.
All right, thank you very much. Let's bring it back to the board. Do we have any public comment, Ms. Pilar?
Thank you, Chair Miller. If you'd like to make oral public comment on this particular item, you may do so with the raise your hand icon. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. I do see one hand raised from Mr. Fainer. So I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. And again, you'll have 2 minutes. And I'm going to ask you to unmute as well. Perfect.
Hello.
And whenever.
Where do I click the video, or am I not able to do so?
There's, unfortunately, Mr. Fainer, there's no video option. It's just vocals, and we can hear you clearly.
You're spared looking at me then. Members of the design board, I'm David Fainer, appearing for Tatiana Nazarenko, who is the next door neighbor who requested the solar study. She's probably not going to appear. She's following the news quite closely. Her sister lives in Kiev, Ukraine, and is sheltering in her basement from explosions nearby.
Wow.
So there were 2 main concerns that were expressed, one of which didn't make it into the minutes. And those 2 concerns were privacy and then the potential impact of on solar access and light in the house and yard. So let me address the privacy concern, because the solar access issues have been raised or largely addressed, although an 8-foot ceiling height would simply improve solar access. The issue is the deck off the bed, the 2 bedrooms, and those look right down into the backyard of Ms. Nazarenko. And the question and request is to eliminate that deck. It's not necessary to the ADU. If there's a need for a deck, it could be cantilevered off the opposite, the 2 sides, either over the driveway or out into the backyard of the applicant. And if you did lower the bedroom height, that would also address the privacy concerns somewhat from those windows. I would suggest, request that the applicant consider height limits on some of the landscaping. The trees are really blocking light into the backyard. And so those are the main points to make in the 2 minutes you've given me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fainer. And Chair Miller, I don't see any additional hands raised at this time. In the attendees list, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive written correspondence for this item?
Thank you. We did receive written correspondence for this item, and we received 4 public comment letters that were distributed to the board prior to this meeting.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board for questions. Vice Chair Colas, do you have any questions, please?
No, it's relatively straightforward. I guess the question for the applicant would be, if we were to direct them to remove the deck that's on is that the north side off the 2 bedrooms, is that a deal killer for them, or?
May I address that, please?
Yes.
What I didn't bring to the board's attention is if you look at sheet A003, which is 10 of 10, what I should have brought to the board's attention is, let me know when you're already there. Okay, if you can zoom into the top rendering view, please. You'll notice that we added those louvered, what would you call it? Screening, there you go, yeah. Louvered screening, it's late. Louvered screening, and if you zoom back out just a tad bit, you'll see a photo of that louvered screening idea. And we have the height of that louvered screen at 5 feet off of finished floor on that deck. There you go. There you go. It's going to be to that look, something to that look right there. But it's going to be up as high as 5 feet. So that kind of solves the issue of anybody on that deck back there looking down on the house next door. And, and vice versa. We didn't, we wanted privacy for the deck, and we wanted privacy for the neighbors, and that's where we came up with that. So So I hope
Okay,
that
so, but
suffices.
can you just answer my question directly, Mr. Mansfield, please?
Sure, yeah.
If we were to direct you to remove that portion of the deck, is that a deal killer for your project, for your owner, or, I mean, there's a lot of deck up there on the second floor that I'm seeing. So I'm just wondering if there's some flexibility in this portion of the deck on the second floor.
Well, we'd rather not do that. I mean, it's the design calls out for that deck, and you know, it's privacy deck for whatever folks are going to be living up there in that ADU. They don't want to be sharing deck with the main residents. You know, it'd be nice to keep it. You know, it's
okay.
Certainly would be nice to keep it. So short answer, no, we wouldn't. We don't want to get rid of it unless we absolutely would have to, and I would hate to see that happen because it's just gonna cause chaos.
But to be clear, you have all of this deck that's in the that's on the southeast of the residence also, right? There's this large 20-foot by 20-foot deck there off of the living room.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's meant to be for the main residence.
But the main residence, the main resident, the main residence, ENCE, is on the first floor, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
All right, thank you. Board Member R. Kelly. I don't know, can he ask questions? Ms. Plummer? Since he didn't review the minutes?
Thank you, Chair Miller. If he's reviewed the material from
Oh,
the
he has.
prior meeting, then yes, he can participate. If he has not, then it would just be limited to questions only, no comments.
Yeah, he said he would. Okay, I'm sorry. Board Member R. Kelly, do you have any questions, please?
No questions, thanks.
Okay. Board Member Brentlinger, do you have any questions, please?
I do not. Thank you.
All right, Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
Just one, that when we're looking at the balcony screen, is there an alternative material that would, I understand you want a lot of privacy, but is there any other alternative to this that would be more in line architecturally?
Sure, yeah. I mean, we're open to exploring another material that would serve the same purpose. We just didn't want it to look like a big giant monolith wall there. So that's, and also we wanted to have some air and so on and sunlight. But yeah, we could look at something. You're talking about any kind of something other than the louvered look?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to push the material because it just feels like it should be like wrought iron or something to match. This material isn't anywhere else on the site, but I understand that you want more privacy. So I don't know. It does seem like a conundrum. I was just.
Yeah. You know, my apology to the board is that this was our theory on how to do this was what you're looking at in this photo. You know, quite frankly, I don't think it's going to be looking exactly like that if we went with the louvered look, but sure, we could be more than happy to look at some sort of an iron look up there too. We just want to make sure that it's, you know, privacy for the folks up on the deck and privacy for the neighbor behind. So we're happy to look at some other option.
Okay, that was just my only question.
Sure.
All right, Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
Yeah, could we go back to the perspective that shows the, how is the entrance to the second or the roof deck that you're indicating that the residents will use, is that the same up that stairway and right in the front door of the ADU over to that deck?
Yeah, it is. And we're, you know, we went back and forth and around circles on this thing. And, you know, we're debating on actually whether that entry door really needs to be there, because you have another entry that comes, if you look at the lower rendering view, the lower page, that would most likely be that would be most likely your entry for your ADU.
Up that stairway right there, and then
up that stairway into that mud room, and then there's a staircase that leads right up inside the ADU there.
Okay, because I'm, you know, our guidelines specifically state that, I mean, you've got quite a few square feet of deck there, And our guidelines say that the decks should not be any closer than, I think it's 14 feet to a property line. And here you want to save that back north deck off the 2 bedrooms. But here you have a deck that's supposed to be used by the principal residence of the house, but it goes right by the front door of and I can see the ADU using that center deck. It's
Well, the theory, the theory on this design was that there's parents that are more than likely going to be moving into that ADU. So they'll be associated with the family below. So it wasn't that at the time that we all discussed that, the client, myself, the owners and myself, we thought that it would be okay to have this design that has the staircase leading up the back to that deck.
Is this 1, 2, 3, 5 or 6, five risers off the driveway right there that we're looking at? Is that that's an addition right there? It wasn't an addition to the house?
That pop out right there with the stairs leading up? No, that today that's their existing laundry room.
Laundry, okay. Oh, yes. Well, I like I think the screen, I think that I didn't say like. I think the screening that you have proposed is a good, I think it's a good addition to the house to screen that north deck. And I would like you to get as far as good, this is a
Do you
good.
have a question, Joe? We're in questions, right? I'm losing track here.
No, I think we're in comments.
Comments? Okay.
I would like you to get with your neighbor to the north and see if she likes what you have done, because I don't want to tell you to take it off because it fits it goes with the house. And it's an ADU and it's part of the ADU. Yeah. Fulfill some good neighbor guidelines there and I could support this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Are you done?
Yes.
Can we go back to the floor plan or the roof plan or the second floor plan so I can see the decks?
There you are.
There you go.
So technically the front door of the ADU is right there, right?
Correct.
Right there, right on the second floor, right in on the east.
Okay, can I see the site plan, please? Yeah, so here's the thing. We do on our recommendation say setback upper story decks or balconies over 20 square feet to be at least 15 feet from the interior lot lines when possible. And I didn't pick up on this before, but you've got 2 decks there sharing the same level, and it doesn't go by our design guidelines. And so I would have to say that one deck closest to the north property line is not appropriate. So somehow that's going to be taken out, or a landing needs to be put there for the stairway, but that whole deck system, but it looks like there's a fireplace on the end there. Is that right?
No, that's a well for the basement down below.
Oh, got it.
What's that dimension right there at the northeast corner of the stairway that comes up to the ADU?
Can you zoom into that whole area right there, please? Thanks.
No, that's not zooming. You just did the whole site plan. Just
the upper corner.
Upper half. That's it. What is that dimension? That's 12 foot.
You got 8 foot.
12'9" at best, and at worst case scenario, it's 8'4".
8'4".
Yeah. So that I would not support that balcony, and I apologize we didn't bring this up at the previous meeting, but I do believe you got to reconfigure that. Either that becomes a roof, or you make that a landing right there at the top of the stairway, but that whole balcony, doesn't abide by our guidelines. So
Yeah, okay, well,
yeah, that's got to
then
be,
that's what we'll have to.
okay. So
The reason for that deck is, the reason why that deck comes into existence is because of the solar access.
well, if you had a sloped tile roof there with a little landing, that should work fine, right?
True.
Yeah, so.
You know, we're just trying to, we don't know until we try.
All right, so with that, we got to make a motion and get out of here. This is taking way too long. So can someone?
I'm sorry,
make motion?
may I talk with the owner of the property? Is that okay that we have a second to talk?
Okay.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for your time. I do have to say, it is where we are a little bit starstruck because we've been watching all these meetings and stuff, and seeing you in person has been just really, actually, we're very pleasantly surprised with the process of everything. I just want to address one thing regarding the back deck. At the previous meeting, it looks like you talked about it, all of you, and it looks like you agreed because it was connecting the whole house together, and it looks like it was also needed as a design point of view. And we feel like we followed the guidelines. We're slightly under the 15 feet away from the property line. However, we did put that privacy screen in, and we have no desire, obviously, to look over at the neighbor's house as much as we would like to keep our privacy. And we did really appreciate at the first meeting your approval on it. So if you could reconsider that that comment regarding that back deck, we would really, really appreciate. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I actually recall that conversation. So
yeah.
So anyway, that being said, would someone please entertain a motion and take that into consideration?
Thank you.
And Chair Miller, just to add on really quick, the project is here for both project design and final approval. Of course, it's your discretion if you want to grant either. But if you do decide that you would like to continue it for any form, I would just ask that you consider whether or not it needs to return to the full board or if it can go to consent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Miller, has everybody had a chance to make comments, or were we simply on the question period of the board's time?
I lost track. So did you not make comments, Ms. Board Member Claus? I apologize if I didn't.
Well, I think it was Mr. Motisha's turn, and were you on questions or comments, Mr. Motisha?
On comments.
Okay.
I didn't have any. Yeah, I forgot. I don't think I had any questions. I think I said I don't have any questions. I'll wait until comments to make my. Yep.
I think we're all punchy. It's late, so anyone else have any comments that they want to say?
I agree with Ms. Klein. I'm concerned about the metal screening. I feel like it's a deviation from the architecture, and it's a very nice home, and I would hate to see, metal aluminum commercial screens introduced to this. I feel like it cheapens the house and the project, and I cannot support the northerly deck. It's encroaches almost half the distance to our guidelines at its minimum condition, and it never meets the guideline of 15 feet. So I cannot support the northerly portion of the deck.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Arakelian, do you have any comments, please?
Same. I believe the northerly deck should be removed as well. Thanks.
All right, Board Member Brentlinger, do you have any comments, please?
The same. The idea of the 15-foot setback did escape us, unfortunately. But I think that with that now a known fact, I don't see how we could accept the northern deck as it is.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
I agree with the previous board members' comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, I'm sorry I goofed this all up, but do you have any comments, please?
Yeah, my only comment is I also do not support the deck, but I think the deck can be, I think the back end of those 2 bedrooms can be massaged to allow that deck to be put in a different place, maybe towards the center of the property, and readjust the stairway that goes up to it. So the stairway is not kind of isolated between 2 decks that are basically too big for the property as it is. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. I've basically said my piece. So with that being said, they're here for design final approval. If you don't feel it's ready, please include in your minutes what you would like to have said, and then we'll go from there.
And just to clarify, Chair Miller, again, they're here for both project design and final approval. So it's your discretion to grant both or one of them, namely project design approval. So if you would like to continue it to an additional hearing, that's your discretion. Just include so in your motion. Thank you.
Okay.
Have at it. I'll try. I'd like to make a motion that I would like to see this project back in front of us. I don't think, tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think I can make a approval of a project design approval right now if we have these questions in front of us about this deck. I think we would like to see that deck back. So I'd like to see the project continued indefinitely and have it returned to us with these ideas that the northern deck be removed and maybe located in a different place, and the shape of that back of that ADU be changed, including the garage underneath, to accommodate a deck, and maybe the stairway be more in keeping with the deck, 2 decks that fit 2 different units. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Ms. Pilar, can you go, Fennessy, Ms. Fennessy, could you please state that motion, please?
Not everything I've said.
Thank you. I have continue indefinitely to the full board with comments. The applicant shall study the northern deck be removed and relocated. The shape of the ADU be changed, including to accommodate the deck. The stairway be in keeping with the 2 decks.
What do you mean the stairway in keeping with the 2 decks?
Well, the stairway serves the center deck in the center of the existing house, but it also is supposed to serve you have to go right by the front door, which I guess that's okay if you always want somebody going right in front of your front door to party on a deck that's supposed to be. Yeah, understand what I'm trying to say, Brian?
Are you trying to say reconfigure the stairway so it doesn't cause traffic to go in front of the front door, to study that?
Yes, to study that.
Okay. Ms. Fennessy, did you get that?
Yes, thank you.
I don't know what the process is for this, but I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion.
Yes.
Which is just to delete the comment about adjusting the ADU unit. I think as it was offered up, it sounded like it had to be reconfigured, and I just want to make sure that doesn't mean changing a requirement to change the floor space of the ADU itself, but is strictly limited to the stairwell and the deck?
Yes, yes, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Fennessy, can you restate the motion, please, so that it's accurately reflected?
Thank you. So we have continue indefinitely to the full board with comments that the northern deck be removed and relocated. And we're deleting the shape of the ADU being changed to accommodate the deck. And then study reconfiguring the stairway.
All right, thank you. Is that acceptable to the seconder of the motion?
Yes.
All right, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Board Member R. Kellyan.
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger.
Yes.
Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Board Member Motisha.
Yes.
Vice Chair Colas.
Yes.
And Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Dinner time.
Thank you, Mr. Mansfield.
Sure.
I would like to respectfully request a discussion item at next meeting in regards to the quantity or nature of the reviews that we are doing, because I find it unacceptable that we have to go till 8 p.m. And I think we need to figure out a way to either have a break, or we need to talk about how many items and the nature of the items that our board can manage in any given week.
Thank you, Board Member Glass. I'm happy to do that. I know that this was a longer meeting. We had one item that went 1.5 hours. So I understand your concern. And we'll consider that, and I'll follow up with the board members after this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the Single Family Design Board for February 28th, 2022. Good night, you guys.
I want pizza.
Good night.